Alright, guys. Oh shit, my face cam was off. That's okay. It'll turn on in a second. And I still have Osmond's picture, and I forgot to replace it. Just all kinds of whack today. Do you have a picture you want to use, ABC?
No, I don't really care. I don't really have anything.
Whatever, I'll just make some random thing.
Alright.
Uh, do you like Diva from Overwatch?
Sure, yeah, I never played Overwatch, but she's cute.
I guess that'll work. There we go. Okay.
Nice.
Underway. Use mine, it's fine. Nah, fuck off, Osmond. Best show on the internet. Yeah, I doubt that. Alright. So, yeah, just another episode of Anon the Week where we discuss nerdy shit, anime, and politics. Unfortunately, my guest today, uh, Jeff Kuhn, is greater than Little Brain ANCAP. Were you guys bullying ANCAP in his gaming stream earlier? Come on, don't do
Oh,
that.
I don't think I'm
Don't
there to
do
bully.
that. Was he bullying himself?
Yeah. He asks for it, pretty much.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately, my guest here, despite having anime avatars, does not watch that much anime. But we will discuss different things like memes, and politics, and news articles. Just
Mm.
pass the time, discussion, chat, the normal stuff. It's hard not to bully ANCAP when he talks about how stupid books are.
He's
Uh,
got like a very bullyable voice too. He's got that like kind of squeaky voice. It's easy to.
a bullyable voice.
Yeah.
Nice. Uh, okay, so do you read books, ABC Def?
I've read some books. Yeah.
What kind of books do you read?
Let's see. I've recently I read Siege. You should probably read Siege. It's
read
pretty good.
Siege.
I read my
Have
no,
you
but really
actually
my
read
most
Siege
recent
though?
stuff. Yeah, I've read Siege. Yeah, I read it.
How
It's
is it?
not
Is it
that
a good
bad.
read?
It is a good read. It reads like a 4chan post. It's really weird. It's a very
Reads
weird
like a
read,
shit
but it's
post.
yeah, it really does. Like some edgy like poll poster. I
Nice. All
mean,
right.
it's really like it's almost like religious. It's really weird. Like one of the
Religious.
main yeah, like he says like wherever you are right now, let the revolution be with you there. It's really
Oh,
weird.
okay. So it's sort of an extremist pamphlet, and that's why people always
Yeah.
meme about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting. Then what is a book you're more interested in that you read recently?
I read The Shining by Stephen King. I don't like Stephen King, but it was a good book. It's really good. You
Okay.
should read it. That's
Well,
another
from
easy.
what I've heard, I haven't read The Shining, but I heard like the Stanley Kubrick's movie adaptation is just like strictly better than the book.
I thought that going into it, but then I read the book and I was like, all right, I liked it more than the movie after I finished it. It's just
Hmm.
it's like it reads like Stephen King must do a lot of drugs because it's really
Oh,
fucking
well,
weird.
he is an alcoholic and he does a lot of drugs. And then when he wrote it, uh,
He was
he
coke.
he was coked out of his mind and he wrote this entire like pedophilic sex sequence in fucking it.
Yeah, like some orgy, right? I
Yeah,
started to read it,
it's
but I just couldn't do it.
retarded and disgusting. And
It
yet this
it's
book is
pretty
like
bad.
considered like a horror classic and got like multiple movie adaptations, despite
Yeah,
having
it
like
is.
a fucking child orgy.
It's unreadable to me. I started to read it. I bought it on like an ebook, and I just couldn't do it. It's so long. It's fucking like 2,000 pages, and it reads like shit. It's so slow.
Yeah.
But The Shining is way better than that. And then before that, I read like Brave New World and 1984 back to back, like
Oh
normie
shit,
books, but
Normie.
they're pretty
Just
good.
I had to read those for school.
I like them both. I think they're pretty good books.
What's funny is that they make you read them in school, but it's sort of like from their perspective of
I
oh,
know what you're gonna
this is
say.
like this is if we really fuck up, then those evil traditionalist right wingers might
Yep,
implement this.
100%, 150%. That's
We're
what I
on
was.
the progressive pathway to avoid all this, so just read it as a cautionary tale. Meanwhile, it's already reality.
Meanwhile, we're basically living in like 1984 light. Like that's pretty much what's going on.
It's ABC Def Oleg, and we're discussing books just to have a change of pace from ANCAP stream.
Yeah, The Brave New World, the author, I like him, Aldous Huxley. I read another book of his, The Devils of some of Lodin, I think it's called, and it's about like France and like the late Middle Ages, and they got all
Interesting.
this weird shit going on.
Out of
Yeah,
the
it's
two,
got a lot of like
I think Brave New World is more impactful and better written than 1984.
Yeah, but 1984, the main thing I took out of it was like the language control thing. I thought that was like a really good
Yeah,
moral
I think newspeak
story.
and doublespeak and that sort of thing, and then sort of some of the surveillance stuff. Uh, but it's sort of it's so obvious, uh, those sorts of
Right.
things in
But
our
the
current
one thing,
society. I think Brave New
yeah,
World's message is much less obvious.
yeah, Brave New World is more like science fiction. 1984, but one thing about 1984 is that it like predicts like a never-ending war in the Middle East, and that kind of blew my mind because that's like literally goes on now. It's crazy. Like they basically, I don't know, the premise is really weird. It's not like we have now because we don't really have these
I
like
mean, it
super
wasn't
mega
written
power
that long ago,
nations.
right? It was only written in like the 70s, 60s,
No, like I think 40s.
late 40s.
Yeah, which kind of is crazy if
Well,
you
I mean,
think
that's
about
not
it.
really a hard geopolitical prediction to make if you read it.
No.
If you were able to get a hold of the treaty after World War One and World War Two, then saying that the Middle East is going to be a shit show is kind of it's easy leap to make.
Yeah, true, true.
Uh,
But yeah, 1984 is like subtly in like a subtle way is like a horror story because you got like this all the governments like you have these three different major nations like Eurasia, East Asia, and Oceania, but they're all like if you read between the lines, they're all basically like the same government and they just send their people to the Middle East to die off so that like they can control the population. It's pretty spooky.
Interesting.
Brave New World is more yeah, Brave New World is more like science fiction. I like both. Pretty good.
Yeah, but I think Brave New World ultimate like 1984 is very nail on the head with it's just oh the government's controlling and suppressing everything. Brave
Right.
New World is it's literally people are sort of complicit and enjoying their oppression, and I
Yeah, with
think
the whole like orgy porgy and they're
yeah,
taking their soma and shit. It's fucking
and
disgusting.
they're being like animal conditioned from birth to do certain things, and
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
And then you have there they go and meet the savages or whatever, and that's weird too. That was a fucking weird part. I don't know, man.
well,
Uh,
Jeff kiked, people died. People get. I'm gonna have people in chat complaining because I didn't have let them post pornography in my Discord. Sorry,
SJW censorship,
I know
fucking
I'm
revolt.
basically a danger hair.
Yeah.
Uh, blue board, by the way. The book made me so mad. What 1984 did? Shadow on the Mask.
The ending of 1984 almost made me like cry. That shit is fucking depressing. That'll black pill you.
Which book made you mad? Shadow on the Mask. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. ABC's phone posting. Oh, Brave New World. Well,
I am
Brave. Yeah,
phone.
Brave New World. Why would it make you mad? It's sort of. I mean, I guess if you're taking it and like that's gonna eventually happen, we're all cucked, kind of mad at the ending. Then sure, but I think that there's nothing like wrong with the book.
The ending of Brave New World is the dude hangs himself, right? And
Yeah,
then it's over.
he basically he's surrounded by NPCs. He can't find anyone to relate to or talk to.
And they're all
Uh,
taking pictures, which is like nowadays we have people on their phones always like
all
if
the
something
tribal people like all end up doing orgy porgy anyways, and it's just everything breaks
oh
apart. And he even talks to the people in charge, and they just make fun of him, and he just kills
yeah,
himself.
it's
And
fucking
yeah, I think it's I think it's much more of a hard hitting message about the individual than 1984, which is more broad about society. And I mean, they're both like that.
yeah. No, but they are different in important ways though, for
Oh,
sure.
you better be in live chat. Oh yeah, I guess I gotta turn live chat on.
The endings are pretty similar though, because the ending of 1984 is that it's not you like they don't tell you whether what's his name, the main character gets shot or not, but the last words are like he loved Big Brother. So he gets totally cucked and then he presumably dies right after. So they cuck him and then they kill him. It's just fucking super depressing.
Uh,
I don't know.
yeah, that's true.
That's like it's fucking black pilled. I don't know. I don't think things are that bad, but pretty bad.
Well, they're getting there. Maybe, especially in Europe, it's basically 1984, except without the death penalty.
Yeah, that's like a meme. Like Britain is basically Oceania,
Everyone is on opioids. Yeah, we have a huge opioid epidemic. We're already in 19. We're already getting to fucking Brave New World. Both
yeah.
books aspects from both books are permeating society. or the predictions for both books, rather. So it's not like one was right and one was wrong. They're both right in a way. I know it's kind of a meme discussion.
But it has credit to it. I think the books are pretty like important. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But they had an impact on my thought process for sure. It's corny, but whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Justice for Bababo. People are going to be shitposting in chat. I mean, feel free to do that. I don't have any problem with shitposting. Just don't post NSW. And if you're going to post shitposting, do it in chat or do it on your own Discord. Just don't do it in my Discord. That's all you got to do. Very simple rules. Very easy to follow rules. But they're rules, and you got to follow them.
Not that hard.
I know, right?
Don't post porn. Yeah.
Read, the janitors banned me. They're doing it for free. That's all I hear when I see people whine.
Yeah.
I didn't say shit. I said no NSW posting, no spamming, no shit posting. I went to bed. I didn't see what got deleted in the Discord, but I presume it was stupid. I presume it was like the fucking Asian man's dick. And it was just spammed or some other random shit, or gore, or whatever the fuck. And I assume it was just shitty posts that don't belong in my Discord. And you got banned.
Edgy Boy J tried to like say that you were censoring him so that he could promote his Discord to like a soft Discord coup. It's pretty tactical.
They didn't really break any rules? Oh, well, I don't know. I just saw a lot of deleted. I'd have to. I can't go look at those deleted messages. So who knows? Either way, like it's not like you were contributing much to the Discord chat. So who cares? To be honest, it was a troll. Ah, I see. So I'm getting played. Tolstoy's books are amazing. Or Tolstoy's? Tolstoy's. Fucking. You make it so rude. Who cares about Discord speaks? It's true. Keep porn to yourselves. Why post it on Discord? Exactly, yeah. Just like,
these people have a burning desire to share their porn, I guess. I don't know.
I've been a viewer for a while, Troxa. I mean, yeah, but you posted shitty spam, apparently. I'd have to go look. I don't know. I trusted the judgment of the people I gave Anon. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe they were right. I'm kind of ailing on the side that they're completely correct, and you guys are shitters and with shitty posts.
Yeah, they're all people. Only the best.
Yeah, like just go post in your own Discord if you want to have all those funny memes with your Asian man little in his little cock. You know, I was wrong. All right. So besides those boomer tier books that we were discussing, anything more deep that you were reading?
Nah, not really that I can think of. I don't read that much, honestly. I'm kind of like ANCAP light.
Oof.
Right.
All right.
No, but I do like to read. I just don't like I watched one of your videos. You say that like you had to read and write for school so much that like you ended up never doing it in your free time. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a common occurrence for even people who are more cerebral and would like reading. It's just they were forced to do it as this menial factory task, and it kind of ruins it for them.
Yeah, very true. I like that video. That was great. True. Spot on. Any recommendations? What have you read lately?
I'll recommend something Oleg recommended to me. No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. Okay, I forget his name. Hold on, let me just pull up the script I had writing. Osamu Dazai. It's a Japanese novel, one of the best-selling Japanese novels. No Longer Human, and I'm writing a review, and I'm gonna do a little book review video on it because people wanted, or at least Oleg wanted to do it, and I kind of wanted to write it, so why not? Going back to my no banning hug box. Well, yeah, you can go back to your hug box where 90% of the posts are like spam with like gore and porn. And if people dislike gore and porn on their server, you can be upset. Don't be so hard on yourself, ABC. Yeah, so I would recommend that book. I guess I'll give a little bit of a review, tiny review, not like the full thing that I'm going to do for the video, but I would basically describe it as the Catcher in the Rye except written by someone smart and with an actual moral to the story and something to say, rather than Catcher in the Rye, which is like, stop being a not normie, idiot, is basically what just Catcher
That's
in the
true.
Rye tells you. But No Longer
Yeah.
Human, it says, wow, if you're not a normie, life will be suffering and you will die miserably. And various
Ouch.
other things. And I think it's a much better version of that same theme of like rejecting social cues, not being able to understand other people around you. I think it's better.
Nice, nice. Yeah, Catcher in the Rye is one of those books that I was supposed to read for school, and I just didn't read it because it was boring to me. Fuck that book. But maybe it's good. I don't know. Didn't read it though. That and like The Great Gatsby, I was like assigned that to read. I never read it.
Catcher in the Rye is your mom's favorite book. I'm sorry. Shilling for Rabbi, yeah, you're kind of hurting your case here. All right. So besides, I guess that's books covered. Yeah, the
Yeah,
other book, obviously, it's very long. The Great Controversy that Leo recommended by Ellen White.
yeah, I
It's
heard that.
fucking gigantic, like
Oof.
400, 500 pages or something. And it's very dense.
That's
Well, I don't even remember how long it is, but it's fucking long. I think I'm only at chapter 8 or so. It's good, interesting though, very interesting book as well. But it's kind of a hard read, especially if you're not a Christian. If you're a fedora tipper, it can get a little wary. Well, not wary. It gets some tiring sometimes reading through sort of religiously motivated writing.
yeah, which I'm fine with. I'm not like Christian, but I'm like closer to taking like the Christ pill every day. I listen to like Leo, and I don't know, it's he's pretty convincing, and I think it's a good tradition. I don't know, but like religious writing doesn't bother me. It's pretty interesting as long as it's not like I don't know. I can't read the Bible. That shit's boring. But like secondary works about Christianity are usually pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is The Giver a book everyone read because of school? Yeah, I also read The Giver because of school. Another one of those books that they sort of
It's like a brave New now that I think about it.
yeah, it's another one like that where they say, oh, avoid dystopia. Look at all these dystopias that could happen if we're not careful, Goy. That's why we need to progress. And they
Already,
ignore the fact that they're progressing towards it via their actions. It's honestly kind of nefarious when you really think about it.
it is. They're using the tactics from those books and then telling you to read those books.
Yeah, it's like basically a bait and switch to try and make you
Yeah.
think that you're the good guys and you're on the good side. You're on the right side of history, right? But
If the people in
obviously not the case.
uh, if the people in power were using these tactics, why would they tell you to read these books? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Come on,
Yeah,
that is nefarious.
I mean, I read some fucking shitter books in school. I think I've went over this before. One of them in particular was like The Bean Trees. It
Oh
was the
God.
shittiest book. It was like, so there's young woman who gets done with college and she moves out to like Arizona and she meets like a Native American child and adopts her. And then she has like a romantic relationship with some like Ecuadorian teacher who's like a Chad. It just reads like complete fucking filth trash.
That
Yet,
sounds bad.
yeah.
Were you assigned like those like Holocaust fantasy books in elementary school and middle school? That's what I had to read.
I had
And
to read Night, I think.
I think one I had to read was something, I can't remember the title, but it was something stars, and it was just wow, man, that was bad. The premise is like this girl on I think Passover, whatever the Jewish holiday is, where they have to like leave the door open for spirits or something. She gets like time travel teleported back to the days of the Holocaust, and she like sees people getting thrown into ovens and shit. It was pretty terrible. It was a really
Channel
bad book,
switched.
and that's just one of many.
Yeah, I don't even remember what happens in Night. There's like describes babbies getting slammed against the wall by the Nazis or some shit like that, or other random stuff. What's hilarious to me is that in the lead up to the Iraqi war, someone cited that exact same phenomena with Iraqi soldiers to justify going into Saddam. It's almost like it's a fucking Zionist like tagline or something.
Right, Christ.
Justice for worst school book was The Bluest Eye. parents are paused. It doesn't matter the kids' books. It's about the parents that read paused material to kids. Well, I mean, the schools themselves are paused, and the parents leave them in public schools, and so they're going to be paused either way. And the thing is, parents don't raise their kids. The government raised their kids. Like
Yeah, when
parents,
I have
yeah,
no way they're going to public school. That's fucking insane to send your kids to public school. I
yeah.
don't understand. It's so normal. It's fucking crazy.
Uh,
But yeah, another book I had to read in school was The Outsiders. You ever read that?
I
It's
think
not that
so.
bad.
The one with the greasers or whatever the fuck.
I kind of liked it. It's kind of cool.
It's just like gang battles. I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
all the books that I had to read were bad. There was that one with the sort of the what was it again? Can't remember the name. It was like In Cold Blood, I think. It was sort of
Okay.
like a nonfiction or sort of a stylized nonfiction book where this guy goes around and like follows and interviews a murderer and like investigates all the aspects of it. And I can't
That
remember the
sounds
exact
familiar.
name. Yeah, it sounds familiar. I don't think that's the actual name. You read the
That
book
sounds good.
Hatchet under Gary Paulson?
Yeah, I was gonna
Hatchet's
say
pretty good.
Hatchet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hatchet's another good
Yeah.
one.
We read Hatchet in like fourth grade too. That was pretty. That was a long time ago. I read that.
I didn't have.
Good book.
I was never forced to read Hatchet for school, but I read it as like just offhandedly.
Yeah, pretty good book.
That Hatchet was Donga smashed the book. No,
Yeah.
it's just like basically basic Unga Bunga survival in a bad situation, and it's interesting.
Anarcho primitivism.
Yeah. People hate school growing up, and then they throw their kids in school. Fucking insane. Well,
Yeah,
yes.
I'll homeschool my kids. It's not that hard. You got like online schooling, which is great. I did that for like my last 2 years of high school. So,
Yeah. But yes, going back to the main point. So parents will leave their children in public schooling, and basically public schooling the teachers, the 7 or 8 teachers they see throughout the day raise their kids, and then they get like maybe like an hour or two with their parents usually. And
yeah.
like, oh yeah, you get weekend activities, yeah, you get family vacations, but usually your family's not bothering to impart anything onto you or any values or stories or educate you in any way. They're just like spending time hedonistically, basically, and
Yeah. Which is
your
insane when you
morality is
think.
formed by the state.
It's fucking crazy. Things have never been done like that throughout like the history of humanity until like very recently. I don't think it's good at all.
But yeah,
I think it's terrible.
it's very recent 1800s is the earliest Prussian schooling system, and not most countries didn't have the Prussian schooling system when it first came out. Obviously, in Prussia, and now it's sort of
Yeah.
ubiquitous and very terrible.
Fucking awful, man. Especially when teachers are like the scum of society, dude. Elementary
Yeah,
school teachers
yeah.
are fucking trash.
I
Fucking
mean, I've had
garbage
good
people.
teachers in all of
Yeah, that's true.
years,
I
but
feel bad now. I've had a few good ones,
I
and I don't
think
like
it's
shitting on them.
I don't know. I think it's there's definitely been some fucking stinkers I can recall. But on average, it's not that bad, and I can't blame the teachers too much. I think I talked about this a little bit in that video you said about how the whole Prussian school system, where you have these factory periods, you have like an hour, then you rotate, and then you just go to the next subject. It
Right.
basically makes it so the teacher can, even if they wanted to, even if they were like the best, most engaged, helpful, kind teacher that you had, they only have you an hour a day for 7 days a week. So they have you for 7 hours a week, and they have to both write material that you can read and then put onto a test that they can grade within a reasonable amount of time. And then they have to meet all these curriculum standards, which are nonsensical and stupid. And so even if they really try hard, it would still be like a subpar education. Like you're not going to actually get down to the brass tacks of things.
Right,
And
because
it's
the system.
terrible.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hold on, I was taking a swig of beer.
Nice.
All right. Jude.com. Female teachers feminize male children. I agree with that one.
Yeah, that's pretty much where like my anger comes from because teachers are like almost 100% all feminists and they like actually care about it. I guess because they all went to university. I don't know. I don't know what it is about teachers.
Well, it's that, and they sort of filled the role of like surrogate parent and discipliner, and then they
Yeah,
enforce the very stupid corporate sterile environment for schooling, which is like pointless. There's like no point in trying to enforce such a thing. Uh, just make sure people aren't like shouting random fucking expletives in the middle of like lecture. That's it. Everything else is just kind of stop whining, you stupid bitch. But you
right.
know, it's
There's a
all
lot of
it's like a prison basically.
Yeah, and there's dumb values at school. Like I remember the biggest thing at school was like, oh, don't get in a fight because you're fucked if you get in a fight. Like that's insane. If you get in a fight, it should be like whatever, dude. Whatever happens, happens. I remember it being like, if you got in a fight, you're getting suspended. Like if somebody punches you, you should just go tell
Yep.
on them. That's fucking written. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's a liability thing. I get it. Uh,
True.
a legal liability thing, so they can't say, "Oh, my kid was at your school and you let him like fight the
Right.
other kid and beat him up," and so they have to do that. So the children they have no legal liability. It's just another thing, Jewish trick. Uh,
Right.
but it is really stupid that. But then again, like if you're in like an upper middle class area and you actually get into like an altercation of other children, like they can be sue happy. I've fucking seen it. I've seen people
Yeah,
get
dude, you
sue
will get
happy
sued. Yeah,
over
for sure.
fucking their kid fighting another kid. Like it's
Yeah.
retarded, complete fucking clown world that anyone would bother doing that. But you know,
Yeah, my dad used to say like, just don't fight people because you will probably get sued. Honestly, we were like pretty poor,
yeah,
and yeah,
exactly. Just gotta grin and bear it.
yeah. I
Unfortunately,
mean, I guess it's not really that big of a deal, but I think when you're growing up, it's good to get into some kind of physical altercation, or else you're gonna be like a massive pussy, you know?
it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Today we have an old Jew and everyone to the assembly, but Holocaust survivor.
How old are you? Oh, okay. I
I'm
guess
just
like
reading chat.
they brought a Holocaust survivor to our school one time. It's pretty funny.
I don't
I don't believe
remember
that shit.
having a Holocaust survivor to my school, but we had plenty of motivational speakers of various kinds, including like disabled
Yeah.
people. I think we had like the armless, legless guy at one point. I don't fucking
Yeah, the
remember. This is
worship,
all just
the worship of the broken or whatever.
yeah, and
Correct.
I don't really know why that particular incident with the kid with cancer and the Make a Wish Foundation. I don't know why that bothered me so much, really. So like it was just where we were having our little shitty school prep rally, and they bring in a kid, and it's like, oh, this 4-year-old is like terminal cancer, he's dying soon. Hey,
Fuck,
upper
man.
middle class guys, let's all pitch in some money into the jar. Give us your money, and we'll fund a trip for this little 4-year-old dying kid to Disney World. And for some reason, I don't know why, I felt it was all artificial. I felt it was like the people donating were like you were abusing this child somehow, or like it was so fruitless and
Are you
pointless
saying?
if we rather instead donate to like cancer research or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, they're donating to the child as like a stand-in for like for example, like a church confession. Like they're giving this kid money because it like absolves them of their own like sins in some way. Like people don't donate to somebody like that just because they want the kid to go to Disney World. It's about themselves, like 90% of the time.
I mean, yeah. I think there were people who were legitimately just felt sorry. Well, and then there was people who well, I mean, but even then, like if a lot of the time when you feel sorry, you pay the money and then you alleviate that feeling, and then you feel good about yourself.
Right.
It's sort of like maybe you should do something more useful, like donating to actual cancer solutions or
Yeah,
care.
right. Like maybe so this doesn't happen again, not just so this kid goes to Disney World and then dies in a fucking week, like whatever. That
Most
sounds cruel,
donations are
but
for
like,
tax purposes. Well, extra jet time. Wasn't like kids donate. This wasn't like parents donating a bunch of money. It was just the children, the kids in the assembly had pocket change their parents gave them, and
no
then they
way.
were collecting it in jars,
That's fucking weird.
just like the money that the kids had. Uh, so it's like all these upper middle class, like Richie rich
Give me your
kids,
lunch money, kid. Like fuck.
yeah, paying fucking lunch money. Jeff is equal to Donga. How am I equal to Donga? I'm sorry
That's
you lack the capability to meet my
all right
posting
there.
guidelines. I mean, I could unban you, but if you fail again, I'll ban you again. Doesn't matter. Can't meet the guidelines, you get banned.
Tips Fedora.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't. It's not like they were going around door to door asking for people who are paying taxes to donate so they can write something off on their 1040. It's literally
Huh.
asking children for their fucking pocket change. And it just like put me the wrong way.
That's fucking crazy.
Am I in a wheelchair? No.
What else? Yeah, the only donations I can remember at our school was like canned food drives where you like bring in canned food for like homeless people or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. There was a few of those, and then there was also um the thing like the thing where you sold like magazines door to door and you got little toys and shit.
Yeah. I know what
Which
you mean.
it's
Or they had
literally like a company that like bought out the schooling system and like advertises via like child labor. It's really
yeah
fucked up if you think about it.
we had like chocolate. So like you like buy this like they give you like a
Yeah,
stock
I
of
remember that.
chocolate and you like sell them. Yeah. Or they give you like an ad like a coupon book or something. I remember something with coupon books too. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Uh,
never did any of that.
yeah, the coupon books, the magazines, the chocolates, and the jewelry, and you sell them, and then these companies, they'll give you a little toy. Hey, little kitty, you wanna do like some door to door sales for free? If you do, we'll
Yeah.
give you this plastic toy. And obviously, when you're a
The
kid, you're like, "Wow, that's fucking rad! I want a reward." And so you go do
yeah.
it. But it's literally just fucking corporations outsourcing child labor. Check Discord General. Okay.
With the coupon books though, like I remember my dad, I brought the coupon book home because they just give it to you in school. And they were like, you either pay for it or you send it back. And my dad was like, fuck that, dude. They gave it to you. He just kept it. And the only thing that happened was like they kept asking me to pay for it in school. And I was like, nah, dude. Like they didn't do anything. It's really weird. They just give you this coupon book and expect you to pay for it. I don't know. I guess they don't expect people are like thieves, but whatever.
It's a good post in the Discord. I like that.
Hell anime, hell Trump, hell our people.
It needs a bit more Joker in that post, though. To be
It should be
honest.
the joke instead of mundane Matt.
Yeah. Well, it should be Mundane Matt photoshopped to look like the Joker. Okay, get on it,
Yeah,
kids.
it's
Teaming up with
the bold.
Joaquin Famalam to prepare for the gayest ops.
Joaquin, so based and
The,
white.
the anime mafia will draw. Honestly, I wonder if he would. Uh, PR probably actually would not. Yeah, I think he
I don't
made
think.
my. No, I don't think he learned his lesson, but I think even he would be, or maybe he's like probably still salty about it. So if you guys all went to Joaquin and were like, "Hey, Joaquin, we're gonna run some ops on Jeff," I think he would still say, "No, I don't want to do anything with you guys." They did the canned food drive at my school. One kid donated canned dog food and got in trouble. The food went to some. Another time, the food went to some kid and everyone roasted him because his family was poor.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joaquin being on this on backyard radio was like weird because he was like very out of place with everyone else who was there.
I mean, yeah, he was, but
Or maybe you were just place. I don't know. Either way, it was weird matchup.
well, it wasn't necessarily unsurmountable. It was just Joaquin did not want to play ball in any way,
Yeah,
despite
it would
multiple
have been
internal
great,
discussions.
but I think he kind of sucks anyway. So
I mean, yeah,
I
that's
think
true. Like he takes like it's not like a character he plays, or he's not playing shit up for like discussion or because it's funny.
that's literally
It's literally
him.
just what
Yeah,
he fundamentally believes.
dude,
Uh,
stop taking pills, dude. Come on, fam.
I hand out red pills. You hand out black pills. You might be lagging a bit. Maybe it's me. I don't fucking know. Hold on. See my output low. Should be fine.
Oh yeah, that shooting,
Guess I'll
boomer
raise it a bit.
shooting.
Oh yeah, I guess we could talk about that. We could talk about the fucking
Yeah,
meme shooting. The
that's
latest meme
fucking wonderful.
shooting.
Like I've never seen a video of death that is that funny. Like it really is genuinely a funny video. It's weird.
It usually, yeah, at least usually those sorts of gore videos should leave like a pit in your stomach, but that one was just like, just like a Lamau, man.
It's weird that that happened in real life. It's straight out of a movie. It's
Yeah,
really
it
weird.
was straight out of
Real
a
death.
fucking like comedy skit or something.
Yeah.
True
Fuck
ANCAPs
you, cock
defending their
sucker.
dumpster.
Yeah. Have you seen the picture of them with the ANCAP heads? Fucking made me laugh really hard. It's funny.
No, my family's not separated, Reaper. He provided a TR sodomite perspective, but he brought in faggotry baggage with it. Yeah. It would be
Yeah.
fine if he wasn't like, if he was willing to actually have people with competing opinions sit next to him and discuss things, but he wasn't. He wanted a hug
Right.
box.
Yeah, he wanted it to be echo chamber like his show is now.
And people in chat, the salt lords who are sad that I banned you from Discord, I did not ban you because I want a hug box. I banned you because your shit, your post quality is fucking garbage. All right, you need to actually contribute some quality fucking posts, and not just spam like the same image shopped like slightly different a million times. Come on, what is this
Epic
fucking
shit though.
Reddit?
Exactly. It's a pretty quality server. I'm pretty happy there's not shitters like that in there.
You're not going to shoot my husband though. It reminds me of that one quote. Well, the stream should be okay. All right. It reminds me of that one quote. You won't stab me, and quote from Stabbed Man.
A quote from Man Stabbed. What are you gonna do? Stab?
You're gonna do stab me.
The dude says both of you, and then he dies like seconds later. Fucking crazy.
The guy was like, he literally like threatened to kill those two men 4 or 5 times while they're holding guns, standing there and calmly saying, "Go away, do not step close to me, stop." And where's the video? I guess I'll post it in chat. Hold on. I'll pull it up again. I don't remember the title.
Yeah, the Chad with the shotgun at one point, I think he says this is our driveway. I think he was on their property. I don't know though.
He wasn't. It's the communal backyard. So there's it's like a road drag where people all put their garbage, and it's like their neighbors. Okay. And no, I'm not talking about the black lady that shot people. Why can't I post links? What's going on? What's going on, big guy? All right, that should be good. Yeah. You're lagging a little bit. Hopefully, it's not on my end. Is your connection to Discord, like, is that 3 bars?
Yeah, it's full. I'm full right now.
Alright, well, that's annoying. Anyways, so there's just this road they have behind their house. And the fucking guy in the orange shirt was, like, repeatedly trying to put his, like, fucking big old mattress on the road in the communal dumping area instead of disposing of it properly. And the rednecks were just trying to get rid of it or move it to the proper dumping place, and then the guy comes and confronts them. He comes and confronts the old man who only has his concealed carry, and then they get into like a yelling match for a bit, and then the son comes out with the shotgun, and then they're standing there, and that's when the video starts getting filmed. Yeah, the guy who got shot was 6'7". He had a huge rap sheet with like many assault charges, theft charges. The guy was a complete piece of human filth, and his loss will be nothing but an improvement to society if only we had the legal framework for such things to continue all the time. But
so the father-son tag team, we're gonna move this guy's mattress and just take it to the proper place for him, but he had a problem with that. So
no, they were moving it. Well, I mean, they weren't gonna like dispose of it for him. They were just moving it back to his lawn, so it wouldn't be in the illegal dumping area.
Wow. Great way to go out, I guess, man. Yeah. You want to die over
and so the 2 fucking fat guys are standing there, and they just have their guns, and they're just calmly telling the guy, like, don't step closer to us, stop threatening me and my son, and so on. And the guy is just like repeatedly says, "I'm going to kill you," then grabs a bat and runs at him and gets shot. So it's like the most open and closed self-defense case ever. But of course, you see all the fucking Europeans and lip cucks and Canadians kvetching about, "Oh, America Hicks, you're like a third world country," even though it's like basically actually civilized and a good enforcement of the NAP on
Yeah,
video. But you know,
they defended the NAP. It's actually a cut and dry example. Yeah,
it's extremely cut and dry. But people get all fucking pissy because like the law in the United States is kind of weird about it.
it is. And state to state, it's different.
Yeah.
But Texas is pretty forward
Well,
about it.
they've cucked it over time to where instead of like you have to have all these little prerequisites to defend yourself. It can't just be someone aggresses
Yeah,
on you and you just fucking waste them.
how it should be. Like if you
Yeah.
don't attack somebody if you're not willing to die
If
about
someone,
it.
if a court of law can prove that someone else is the aggressor, and then that person is killed by the person they are aggressing upon, there's no crime, or you can't even say wrongful death or manslaughter. Someone's fucking attacking; they're breaking the fucking civilizational rule. The new furry controversy. No, Mr. Reaper, I have not watched the latest Jim video, but I've heard of all the gross shit that goes on.
I could really care less about the furry thing. I didn't even watch the gym video. I saw it on my feed. I was like, I could do without that, to be honest.
I really wish we could have gun ownership in Europe. Yeah. Basically, if your government doesn't allow you full self-defense, you're cattle to them. Like, your life actually has no value to them beyond, like, sending their goons to sometimes protect you if you're a taxpayer. If you have self-defense, you at least have some sort of claim to natural law and life. But if you don't have it, you're cooked.
Yeah, like in the Middle Ages, right? You were allowed to carry around a sword. Like nobody's gonna come
Yeah,
confiscate
except
your
time. I
fucking
know
sword.
there's the whole brandishing weapons shit, which
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
yeah, I know that's technically illegal federally, but that's like retarded. Like I never understood that. In fact, like the easiest way to defuse a fucking situation is to brandish a weapon. Because if the person is a rational person and not like a fucking crazy retard cokehead like the guy in the video, they're just like, oh shit, weapons, I'm gone.
Right? Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not fucking with you.
Yes. Oh shit, weapons, I'm gone. I'm gonna go call the police. It was basically
Yeah.
just the fucking Darwin Awards. Yeah, brandishing weapons should be legal. Among many other things. I don't think we'll ever get to actually return to like a fucking state where we have not clown world, people can defend themselves in a reasonable manner.
Unless like there's like an apocalypse and whoever's left will be like natural law. That's pretty much the only way. That's another siege pill, by the way.
Oh,
If it's like
so
a
Jim's
character
latest
invade.
video was about Guro furries? Guro pedo furries. Interesting.
Girl furries, dude. Ew.
Alright, so furries into like bestiality Guro.
That's fucked
And
up.
they were fucking dead animals and shit. Interesting.
Ooh, okay, I might watch that. It's pretty
Ooh.
creepy.
Yeah.
How do you fuck
That's
a dead animal? What's
I mean,
wrong with
I
you?
guess I knew that always existed, but I just never like drew the connection. Wow, those people are actually really fucked up. I know there's girl fags. Like I see girl fags post all the time. It's usually just like anime girls and girl, and it's like, wow, you're just like a
Yeah.
creepy. Wow, you like girl? You're a creepy serial killer.
Yeah, like you're like a naked chick with her head cut off and there's like a
Yeah,
knife in her.
like anybody who likes Guro is literally a serial killer. I'm like, I understand that exists, but furry Guro is not something I've seen too much of, and I guess that is a big fucking deal.
It sounds funny if it's got that furry art style and it's like edgy. That's probably kind of funny. The furry art style is just so like cartoonish, and then you got it where it's like I don't know, could be funny.
Rules of nature. The guy who fucked the puppy to death is a YouTuber with over 100K subs. What?
The guy who fucked the puppy to death? Ooh. Oof.
Yeah. Oh man, that's
Some degeneracy. Hardcore.
yeah. That's at least it's something new instead of fucking mundane fat. Like who cares about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. That's kind of worth talking about. What kind of sick fuck can fuck a puppy till it dies? That's really fucked up. It's a fucking dog. It didn't do nothing. There's videos of it. Oof.
Am I gonna have to post? I'm gonna post maybe tomorrow. I'll put up a little guideline just so people can understand how to make a quality post. and so they can't
Yeah.
complain. Because it should be very clear. Like, you should understand and stop being like a little shit about it. But I guess I'll lay it out there. So if you want to, post in the Discord.
Nice.
They love animals. You were just a bigot. Yeah, they love them so much they fuck them to death. Exactly.
So nasty. Good as fuck. At least fuck a cat to death.
Did
Cats
you
are
already
shit.
did? I said rule 6, but it's not clear enough because a lot of the people, a lot of the Discord spics are like B new fags and shit. So I gotta like very clearly explain it to them, sadly, because they don't know what rule 6 is, and when they're never following it when they actually post on boards. So, and that's very common. In fact, like most people don't actually follow rule 6 or care about it, which is it's a shame, and it's like not really heavily enforced anymore. But it's definitely a rule, and it's definitely a thing you need to keep in mind. Unfortunately, since I've moved into such like a nihilistic shit posting era, where the average post quality is so low that if you report somebody for Rule 6, the Jannies will just like ignore it because they'll just be like, "Wow, it basically means I don't like your post." No, there's definitely a difference between a quality post and a shit post.
Yeah.
And it used to be heavily enforced, but no, not for many years, and that's when a lot of people have more recently come around to those sorts of boards, and that's why they don't follow the rule. If you don't want to fuck something to death, you don't really love it. Ugh. The worst part is the group of furries who posted a bunch of videos of necrophilia and bestiality.
Severed dog heads? Fucking Christ, dude. How does that get... What kind of brain do you have that, like, a severed dog head gets your dick hard? That's fucked.
Oh, well, that sounds like all those shock videos that were posted on Olive Pole Breaks Rule 3. Yeah. Those sound like... I recognize some of the things you're describing there. I think those are some of the old-ass shock videos from, like, shitty Eastern European countries for people and Muslim countries where people abuse animals all the time.
Yeah, I remember.
And then
like,
probably maybe some of them are new hat, but it's just like weird furry fucks fapping to those animal killing videos for back in the day.
Definitely a fucking serial killer if you fap to that.
Exactly, yeah. Like Shovel Dog. Well, I heard Shovel Dog, yeah, was like it was a stray dog that was like attacking people in the streets, and that some guy beat with a shovel. And it wasn't even like so it wasn't like, oh, this poor little dog is just getting abused by some bully or something. But I guess recording it's kind of fucked up. There's no reason you need to record it.
And Shovel Dog is a dick move. Like, there'll be like a GIF, and it looks like it's gonna be like your average GIF, and then you click on it, and it's fucking Shovel Dog. It's not something you want.
Well, Shovel Dog's not even that graphic, to be honest.
No, but it's just kind of brutal.
There's the really fucked up one that stays in my mind is there was this one where this woman bought a bunch of puppies, and then
I know, and
then she would step on them with like stilettos and shit until they like died and like stab them, with the stilettos. Fuck. That was like the most fucked up one that I recall.
It's something that she probably did for like money. People probably paid to watch that.
I don't know if people paid for it, but it was definitely some disgusting fucked up shit. And there's also the one where the people throw the doggo off the fucking bridge. That one's also fucked up. The chink lady, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing it was a fucking chink.
Yeah, I don't think any reasonable white woman would do that. White women are based.
Well, not necessarily, because there is that one Eastern European woman who was drowning all those puppies in Glee. That one who got posted around, and then people tracked her down or tried to track her down.
Put him in like a bag and threw him into a lake. Is that what I'm thinking of, or maybe that?
I mean, that's how lazy people put fucking spare animals to rest. But yeah, I thought she was Russian. Yeah, I think that was the case. Eastern European. Welcome to B. Yeah, I'm just recalling all the old B shit I remember. A lot of fucked up shit. I don't see them posted that often anymore. It kind of tells you how casual B's become.
Yeah, B is pretty shit.
B's basically Sock now, and Sock's basically Facebook. Pets are only held so esteemed in European countries, Western countries people don't care about animals outside of this area. Yeah, I think it's definitely kind of a localized thing. Although Japan, it's kind of interesting. Japan used to be like, well, I guess they always had like a mild respect for animals. They weren't like cruel to them like the Chinese often were. Although they did some of the same stupid Chinese shit back in their earlier history. But as Japan modernized, they sort of adopted the Western pet culture, and now they have like the like an extensive pet culture in Japan that's kind of like the West. It used to be filled with Guro and gore threads, now it's a porn board, yeah.
The best threads on B are like people trying to get like a diagnosis for some condition they have. They post like
I like reading advice sometimes.
yeah, it's pretty funny.
Although it's mostly blog shit that's like, so my GF left me. I can't live. I don't want to live anymore. I want a KYS. And whenever I read that from somebody, I'm like, you're such a fucking woman. I could never take anyone who says that shit seriously.
Yeah. Fix yourself, dude.
Yeah. Muslims hate
Clean
everything.
your room.
Clean your room. Clean your penis. Make your bed.
Wash your dick.
Dude. Unless it says fucking dolphins and whale. Fuck you, dolphin. Fuck you, whale. Yeah. What about dolphin rape caves? Does anyone ever post dolphin rape caves anymore, or is that like a dead meme?
I've never even heard of that. What is that?
It's just like a copy pasta about dolphins, like pulling people under the water and then raping them to death. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like
I've
an
heard
old
of
ass
that.
fucking copy pasta. Probably too old for people to remember now. Japan took pet culture overboard. They mixed in the concept of kawaii, went extreme on it. Yeah, I do see that. Pets were originally tended to be of service to man. I guess that's true. Do you still have thoughts? Still trust image boards if they're nudes? No, I don't see like anybody post their fucking nudes anymore. That never fucking happens. Like, people post their fucking nudes on Snapchat now. They do fucking Snapchat, and then they do Discords and other garbage.
Fuck
I think
Snapchat.
that it's moved on now. So now it's returned to the roots. It's returned to being a Cambodian basket weaving discussion board with containment boards for the other nonsensical people who don't want to discuss anime. After this season ends, which I think it's like next week, will be the last episode of things I'm currently watching. I'll do like a seasonal recap video or stream, probably a stream, and then maybe ANCAP will drop by because he like doing the last one. And then we'll do another review of the next season. Next season's looking really stacked, by the way. If you're a Chinese cartoon fan, ton of good shit next season coming on.
I've heard that, but not that I would know.
Not
but
that
yeah.
you know. Goblin Slayer, I think, is next season, which will be cool.
Everybody keeps about Goblin Slayer.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of great adaptations.
I'll probably actually watch that.
There's some more Kira fucking manga. Slice of Life's done by Dokubo and Studio Gokumi. And then there's a bunch of others. There's Release the Spice. Bunch of good shit next season. Gabo Rape. I wonder how graphic they're going to go for the anime. You don't think it'll be that great? I watched a trailer and it did seem like a really low budget, poorly directed trailer. So maybe you're right.
Oof.
Hold on, that's Laplace is asking for names of the anime. I mean, I could pull up the anime chart. It'll just come later. Don't worry. I mean, it's not even going to air until a few weeks anyway. So, Goblino Slayer. Yeah, you start editing the Goblin Slayer manga so you can input all like the American caricatures.
Yeah, that's great.
What initially got me into anime? Well, I watched Toonami shit like a little kitty boy, like everybody does. And
I've seen all that shit.
I was a little B-tard for a while. And then eventually, after seeing like my 1000th fucking like Desu or Haruhi image, I went and started watching some anime. and eventually led me down being a giant weeb. And that was in like high school. Finished Dropkick on My Devil. Yeah, that one ended at like an episode early, and I was like pissed. I'm like, fuck, 11 episodes, cocked. That one's pretty good. Yeah, I think it was good that I think it was good that I delayed getting. I don't know if it was good that I delayed getting the anime at that time, but I basically watched Evangelion at the perfect time to sort of encapsulate and get rid of all your teenage angst. I watched it just in high school right when you're supposed to, and it did wonders.
Dude, I like Overlord. Overlord's pretty good.
I haven't watched any of the new season. I'm waiting till it finishes, and I'll go watch it. Cause I already read the novel, so I didn't really bother watching it longer.
I've only seen season. I just started the second season yesterday. It's pretty good.
The second season's kind of slow, but
yeah, I think I'm halfway through the second season actually. Yeah, that's what's going on.
You like short anime? You hate serial shit? I mean, yeah, I think 13 episode and 26 episode are the perfect length. And
yeah, I actually agree.
Yeah. Usually you don't need to go beyond that. You can have multiple seasons of 13 episode and 26 episode anime if the story's there. But you don't want to go like, oh, we're just going to go to 100 episodes planned. That's usually a bad idea. Started watching Gunslinger Girl. I quite like that one. Especially the original one, or the first season. The second season's technically closer to the manga, but it's like the art style and the atmosphere is so much worse, and the direction so much worse. So after the first season, I just go read the manga, I think. The manga is pretty... I don't know. The thing about Gunslinger Girl, the story is, so you have all these your main characters, and you follow them for a while. And it's like this interesting sort of lolly RoboCop, edgy Italian battle story, and then they introduce like a new character who joins like the lolly RoboCop squad, and like she gets like the focus of the manga for like the majority of the rest of the chapters. And then, like all the other characters, and then then the main conflict happens, and then the story ends. And so, like you wasted well, not really wasted, but you just spent like the majority of the manga abandoning the original main characters for this one new character, and it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't think it was well planned, but still, I still think it's a good read. I would recommend if you're bored. Although the translation for it's kind of maybe the one I read at the time was really shitty. There's some rough translation patches for the whole manga. If the anime is good, it has to be long or not end prematurely. Otherwise, it's very annoying. Asuka Fags on Suicide Watch? What's wrong with Asuka Fags, Carnivore? This Ray's a fucking shitlord.
Hunter x Hunter.
I didn't watch Hunter x Hunter because it's just shonen shit, and I don't watch anything that has more than 50 episodes. That isn't like Galactic Heroes.
It's a turnoff when you see like episode 156. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not watching all that shit.
Yeah, I already struggled to get through fucking Precure. I think I would definitely struggle to get through Shonen Garbo. Misato. Have you watched Evangelion ABC?
No, I haven't, but I've heard it's good. But isn't it? It's long too, right? It's another long
26 and a movie.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
And it's got that really good song, "Come Cesar Todd." I like that. It's a good song.
You thought Eva was too boring for you? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I think
is it like mecha and shit?
Yeah, it's mecha and then Freudian psychoanalysis, and then Christian overtones that don't mean anything. So it's interesting. It's interesting, and the characters are all like written to like a scary degree of realism, of being neurotic people. So I quite like it.
I'll probably watch that actually. Let's see. Eve.
It's funny to bait people on Ray versus Asuka. I don't know. I think I don't know if this will ever happen. Probably not. Well, maybe. I guess I don't know. You guys think people who like used to post on like image boards who are giant weebs will eventually become successful celebrities, or no?
No, probably not. No.
Probably not. I mean, I guess you're right, because like in order to join, like in order to be like a Hollywood celebrity, you got to be like a child fucker, Jew lover.
I was just gonna say, I think the whole child fucking thing, and this is interesting, I think it's just like a blackmail tool. Like, I don't think these people actually want to fuck kids. I think you have to fuck a kid so they have leverage on you if you want to be Hollywood.
I don't think it's that, really. I think there's just a lot of fucking pedos, bro.
Fair enough.
I think it's not that uncommon as people say.
Which is weird to me. I don't know how you could do that to kids. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
I guess it's just exquisite taste. I'm not patrician enough to fuck them.
It's not. You're not enlightened enough, apparently. You doubt any celeb came from an image board? Well, not yet. Like image boards were only around for 15 years so far, and they've been a niche thing. And I mean, there's people who have certainly successful. Like I'm not talking about people who like posted on image boards randomly. I'm talking about people who like grew up on image boards and that sort of culture and being like a giant like elitist weeb. I think it'll be a little bit until they become successful enough to garner anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder. I really feel fucked that I missed the crypto chain. I could have got in on it so early. But the problem, I could beat myself up over it. But it's really back then the only thing you could buy with it was drugs. So like investing into it.
Yeah, I remember it being it went up like super high. Now there's people who are like mega rich off because they had bought like 20 bitcoins when it was.
Yep.
Yeah, my dad is like a big like crypto boomer. Like he thinks he's gonna get rich off crypto, so he like buys and trades crypto like it's like stocks and shit. I don't know.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's very high volatility, and volatility, if you do short-term trades, is how you make money. So
yeah, he
it's pretty
on
smart.
it. I don't know.
Does he make money on it?
Yeah, he has. He's like definitely made profit. Like he's not down or anything. He's been doing it for a few years.
Yeah. I think any person who's savvy to finance should definitely be doing that if you have enough money to be doing so.
Yeah, he's got a bit of money now. So
when board fags become millionaires and possibly a couple becoming billionaires influencing world politics, I don't know about influencing world politics. Like here's the thing, Extrajet Time, and this is kind of what I was getting at way back when in like the original BYBS streams. Even if you became a billionaire, you don't get the control of the world. Like you can maybe influence a few things here and there, but like it'll be a plurality of other billionaires who are all paused and fucking evil. And it'll just be like you standing there with your pile of money, getting like bombarded by your enemies, and like even the most rich person in the world only has like a modicum of percent of control of the world. So it's sort of like the consensus rather of the rich people that you would have to.
And that's not even. It's not even a goal that you really want to have, like becoming like mega ultra rich. Like why? So you can like be in a constant battle with other rich people and like have your soul sucked from your fucking. I don't know.
Yeah, people constantly kvetching to like you get money in the will and fuck you over and like leech off you. It doesn't seem like the greatest plan.
It's better to have just enough money to do what you want to do. I don't know. Maybe put some money away. Just I don't know. I don't think being rich is like a good goal to even have. Really, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Turning into Talmud vision, and they tried watching Battlestar Galactica. You dropped it and started anime again. That's smart, lad. At least they could be there to swoop in when a power vacuum occurs to the fall of the current elite. I don't know. The current elite are so insulated to a scary degree. It's not like the old days where you could just like march into their castle and fucking guillotine them. They have like whole layers of security. They've got like full
nukes
states
now, dude. If you can't fuck with people with nukes.
I mean, well, the elites don't have direct control of the nukes. That is the one right reserved to the political elite, which lets them leverage some power.
Oh, okay, I get what you're talking about. Yeah, not the political.
All rag the rich just mean rich people generally don't stay rich. I mean, that's true to an extent, but there are people who, like, all you got to do is set down some guidelines for money management for your family, and your family will never not be wealthy. Like Rothschilds are still wealthy as fuck because they do the simple fact of investing.
I think people who get rich from nothing generally like put money into their family, and their family's going to be rich forever. I think that's more common.
Yeah. And I think, and you don't even have to be rich, but I would suggest to people cultivating a family business for your family to own and operate and pass down to your kids, and to pass down
100%.
skills is the healthiest way to live, because you're not going to be fucking beholden. Neither you or your family are going to be beholden to other people and their fucking whims and their psychologies. You're not going to be
You're
like
not going to
wage
have to send
cucking
your
them.
kids to fucking college because they're just going to have a job at your family business and
And if
shit.
you
It's
can
great.
send them to college if you want, but like even then, you'll still have the family fucking business, and you're not going to be having
Yeah.
to rely on constantly cucking to other people for literally 60 years of your life.
Yeah.
It's just insane to me that people don't aim to do that more often.
Yeah, I'm aiming to do that. I'm kind of like, I don't know, my family is like, I'm like a second, my grandfather was super poor. He's like a potato fag from Ireland. So then my dad went to college, kind of made some more money. So maybe, I'll make some more money, maybe start like a family business. So my kid, you got to just, each generation, if you like bring the family wealth up a little bit more, that's all you really got to do.
I mean,
You don't
yeah,
got to like, you know.
uh, you shouldn't be wasting wealth on like random shit like fucking big old houses.
Yeah, my dad like buys nothing. I don't really buy anything. If you just don't spend money,
Sounds
you'll have
fucking
more
woke,
money.
dude. I wish my family was like that.
Yeah,
My
my dad is
family
pretty.
has wasted so much money in his lifetime. It's honestly staggering.
Yeah, we pretty much don't buy anything.
Yeah, if I think my family invested smartly, we would base none of us would have to work. But they were kind
Yeah,
of retarded. Like
I'll
they
probably
were
have.
making a lot of money before the 2008 crash, and they were
Mm.
just wasting it on the stupidest shit all the time.
Yeah, your parents are boomers, like actual baby boomers.
A little younger than that, but
Oh, okay.
they basically hold all those views and activities and
Yeah, I was gonna
mentalities.
say it's a common like boomer thing that they made a bunch of money before the crash and then they fucking ruined it. Oh, buy property, dude. Oh, I'm gonna buy this car. I'm gonna buy this house. It's cheap. Do it. Fucking Christ. Buying property is like, what are you doing?
It's so stupid too, because they realized every other fucking boomer is relying on their house to be like the
Yeah,
retirement investment. So
yeah,
when their glut of people hit retirement age, there's just going to be a pile of houses on the market that aren't going to sell for jack shit.
right.
Like and if you sell your house, what are you going to live in? You have to buy another house anyways, but
Yeah,
live
you're
in a
fucking.
fucking condo. So it's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But instead
Don't get me wrong.
they
You definitely
fucking yeah.
you definitely want property, but you want to get like a property, like you want to own it and just have it. You don't want to like I don't know. I wouldn't use property as like an investment. You want to have like a family property. You know what I mean? Like a nice big piece of land where you can live on and your kids can live on, and that's what you should like aim for, really. But I don't know. It's kind of like fantasy, I guess.
I honestly don't get it. I know I mean, my family's had to move for jobs and such sometimes, but like they'll just keep getting new mortgages over and over again for
Yeah, it's
different
fucking stupid.
houses repeatedly.
Yeah, we had one house that we had a mortgage on, but then we moved here and we just like fucking gave up on it. Whatever. Cut your losses, I guess. I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
you sell the house, you pay off the rest, and you take the difference. But you lost money on the deal. You lost a shit ton of interest.
Right.
You both lost interest and inflation and the depreciation. If the house had to meet, the house had to raise 2% a year plus interest, and that's usually not the case. And
Right.
you've lost money investing in this house. Like you probably could have made more money renting, almost.
Yeah, and renting is a good idea for short term. Like if you can rent with like your entire family for pretty cheap, depending on where you
But
live.
yeah,
You can
and
do that
definitely
until you
it makes more
buy
sense,
buy your
especially if you're young and single, to be renting out your property or trying to mortgage. If you're making any sort of money, then you should get a
yeah, right.
mortgage and rent it out and pay it off. That's like the very smart way to do things.
Yeah, for sure.
You have to really be on top of your kids to keep generational wealth because your kid is usually the one to sell off your business and or inherit and offload your hard work.
Just fucking raise your kids properly, and it won't be a problem,
It's not,
honestly.
yeah, Reaper. I think it's just a misconception of our shitty fucking generation. There's
Like,
there's there's businesses that
my
have been
parents,
passed down families for millennia.
yeah, because those people care about their shit and they raise their kids properly and they don't send them to public school. There you go.
Yeah.
So their kids don't
And that's the thing, also, Reaper.
sell their
If
family
you're in
business
order
for
to
weed.
avoid the IQ problem, you want to have a bunch of kids, so you can
Yeah.
get one above the average, make them your inheritor, and then encourage your kid to do the same thing. It's just like it's like fucking playing Crusader Kings 2.
I will, yeah, that's
Not
very
to
true.
not
I
to be
will
like
say,
ANCAP, but
being an only child is a fucking burden because you pretty much have to have kids. You had like if you have multiple kids, one of your kids can be like a shitter and it's totally fine. But if you only have one kid, like you're putting like a huge burden on that kid. Like he has to do everything right, you know?
I mean, not really. Like, if to be fair, to pass on your genes, that's not fucking hard. Like, you could just go on a fucking international trip and start fucking random roasties, and your genes will
Yeah,
pass on.
but that's more like I don't know. That's not really like a quality way to pass on your genes, but I do get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying in a sort of in a truly existential and
Yeah.
like if you're not building a family institution like a business that's going to generate generational wealth and prestige for your family, then you might as well just go on a fucking international trip and fuck as many women as you want if that's all you care about is passing on your genes.
Right, like you just chances are a few of them won't like abort your children, so you'll definitely pass your genes. You could fuck a lot of women. It's
Exactly.
not that hard.
Like if that's your goal, go do that.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
that's like the J
the
tactic.
JF tactic, yeah. Like literally, you can just go if you're really desperate. You could go all through Africa and just bleach a bunch of women, and they'll all keep the kid, expecting it to like get them some sort of like ransom money. But like you'll just be some poor hobo fuck, and but your genes will have been spread. You would have bleached a bit of Africa. Although that's probably a bit too inhumane because then your children will be like living in squalor. I read a news story about a guy who did that. It was like fucked up.
That is
That was
fucked
pretty
up,
fucked
yeah.
up. At least go for East Asia so your child
But it
doesn't live in a
is,
fucking mud hut.
yeah. I used to like be like really into like passing on genes, and I still am, but I think I think more about
You'll get
the
STDs and
quality of it
die. We
now.
all die, Laplace. So I mean, like once you
That's
get
my
near the
fault.
end of your virality, if you've not passed on your genes left, just go on a seed bombing run across the world.
You can justify rape if it's for like passing on your genes, dude. You can rape a girl. You're like, hey
I mean,
man, I
that's
did it for the
why it's
good of
done
the.
in nature. So
Well, that's why in like times of war, people like rape because
yeah,
most of the time they're
he was
young
French.
people who
That's
haven't
right.
had kids.
The guy who went around Africa and fucked like 1,400 black women was French. Trying
JF
to bleach
confirmed.
Africa is a waste of genetic potential. I agree. You should aim for the Hapa master race instead.
Yeah,
Bleach the
because it's a
rice
50
white.
50 chance. You get a female Happa and she'll be the greatest
It's the
child
coin
ever.
flip, yeah.
Yeah. Real life anime.
Gene Bob is greater than Spirit Bob. It was JF. Sneak into a sperm bank. I don't know about that.
That's fucking red pilled.
My
Drop
great
your sperm
grandfather
in
owned
the
7 grocery stores in Cuba before Castro. Castro came to power and 4 of them were taken. And his son had to fight commie radicals. That sucks. Secretly placed the semen. Why do you guys both have that idea? What's fucking wrong with you? Our guy? How'd you do your part today, Carnivore? The Sam Jones beat you to it? Yeah. The Hapa lesion. I mean, I am kind of jesting though. It is fucked the state of average white women, but you should be able to find one in a church somewhere or
Yeah,
and in
you
a
just have to
college.
work
I
in the
know
right
it
place.
sounds counterintuitive, but there are women who do go to college and they are smart.
I don't know. I don't know about all that.
I know
College is
you'll have to dig, but they are there,
yeah.
and
I'm in the
especially if
thick
you're a
of
little
it.
bit older, they'll be looking for you. If you're a
Yeah,
little bit
there's like a
older, got
church.
some money.
There's like a church club at my college. I'll probably join that. Look for like a waifu.
That was my problem. Is like the only non-paused fucking club I could ever attend in my college were all like Christ Cook clubs, and I'm a fedora tipper, and I'm just like, tip. I tip my
Yeah,
fedora to you, sir. And I
I can
just,
put my fedora into the drawer to meet a good, valuable like wife. You know, I could do that.
I
I
don't know,
could
I
put it
feel too
away.
disingenuous doing that, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's true too.
Like, I don't know, I like not only do they like, would you pretend openly to believe in Lachesis
I
to get
probably
along
would,
with those
honestly,
people?
because I think it's good for like I think it's even good for society if people pretend to like believe in some religion, because it provides like a bond. I don't know, but then again, like you're not gonna actually believe it, and if she's like super into it, later on down the line, you're gonna be like pretty fed up with like her like Jesus bullshit. So,
I mean, yeah, there's that, and I mean, not really. It's just like a, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's pretty tolerable compared to a lot of things.
well, I'd rather have a Christian girlfriend than like a fucking
But
communist one.
it does it come into problems later when you actually have kids, right? And then you
Yeah,
have like differences in philosophy of how you want to raise them.
right. Do you get the kid baptized or not?
Roasties go to church now to find betas to leech off of. Yeah,
Well, in church is pretty pos now. Like gay people go to church, so fuck. What do you do?
yeah.
What can you even fucking
There's a
do?
bunch of churches around my area. I wonder. I don't know. Maybe I'd go check some out for fun.
Yeah, I was gonna go to church last Sunday, but I didn't wake up in time. But I'll probably go one of these
Yeah,
days.
the neat problems. The neats can't go to church. They wake up too late.
I'm not even a neat. I have like I go to I'm in fucking school, but
Ah,
like class schedule is like very neat friendly. I have class like 2 days a week at like in the afternoon.
that's
So
about what I did during school. I had it
yeah,
so I could have a terrible fucking sleep
I
schedule.
have the same I have the same schedule as when I was an actual neat for like the last year, so it's not that bad.
Bleaching of Japan. I mean, I'd like Japan to stay Japan. Although, if they're gonna get paused by like sort of immigration, they might as well make it white immigration. Uh,
Yeah, I don't want fucking Negro Happas
I'd
ever.
rather have like a sort of a city state be established in which all the Happas move to the form like the Happa state somewhere. I don't know, like maybe take over Hong Kong.
Yeah, yeah, that too. That's fine.
I don't fucking know. But yeah, this is the problem though. It's the eternal coin flip. You either get Elliot Rodger or you get Asuka. It's a it's a problem, right? It's the real gambit.
Happa girls are really attractive, though. I will say that.
They're real life
I'd
anime
probably,
characters, bro.
yeah, really pretty.
Brown
You know,
rice
if
nibbas, Okinawa.
brown rice.
So just make the Happa ethno state in Okinawa. That's pretty funny. Happa state would be the most mentally ill place on earth.
Not if you only let women in there.
Imagine all
I
the
mean,
incels.
incels mixed with like Happa females. Do you think they'd get along?
Isn't Leo a Blasian? I don't know what Leo is. He
I thought Leo was based in white.
no, he said he repeatedly tells us where he's non-white, but maybe that's just a ploy.
I thought it was. Yeah, I think it's a ploy. He sounds based in white to me.
No, he doesn't sound white to me. He sounds like some sort of ethnicity. I can hear it. I hear it in his tenor, in the shaking of his vocal
And
cords.
Cap definitely sounds like he's not white. He's got like a very like I don't know. He sounds like Middle Eastern or something.
People always say that. And
He
I
sounds
do
like
believe Ancap when he says he's white, but I think he has some like weird fucking Quebecian genes or something cutting his voice or something. I don't know.
yeah, that's true. I guess what's it called? Canadians sound a lot like Middle Easterners. Kind of makes sense.
Leo's Jewish? I don't know. He's Bulgarian.
He's Judeo-Christian, don't you know?
Leo's an
Come on.
Indian. I mean, that would fall in line with the stories about India, but I don't know really. Ancap's an Inuit. That is, it doesn't sound like an Indian, an Inuit. Uh,
Based
ANCAP no house people. ANCAP have igloo.
And Cap like playing a U4 in a fucking igloo. That's great.
I could just imagine ANCAP playing an EU4 in a fucking igloo.
Eating like whale fat. That's Inuits are weird fucks, man.
Yeah. How do you think it feels to be Jewish and find the reason for all of America's problems? Yeah, being a based Jew, I don't know how you even managed to do that, and that's probably why there aren't too many, because they just realize that even if they pretend or they say they're going to be a based Jew, nobody's going to believe them or take them at face value, so they just go back to being like a not based Jew.
I don't even buy that Jews are the sole root of America's problems. I think that's like a super mega cop out. I used to believe that, but I think it's bullshit. I think they're kind of a problem, and they suck, and they're trash people. But I don't think they're like the main problem.
Yeah.
I think that's like a
I think they're
shitty
at
thing.
least 1/3 the problem.
Yeah. Okay. 1/3 I could buy.
The other third is materialism, and then the last third is corporate control.
Right. Which is both of those things are pretty Jewish, actually.
And all the other two are basically very heavily influenced and controlled by particularly the tribe. But I agree that it's not like monolithic. It's not like hedonism and materialism are just like Jewish constructs. Yeah, there's plenty of fucking degenerate rich white people who also support them. And
yeah, my main thing is like the people like totally ignoring the fact that like white people are like by and large fucking sellouts to their own like countries and shit. Like no better than Jews, most white people. Not most.
Well, they've been taught only a certain type of morality by schooling. True. And they cannot conceptualize of any formulation of morality outside of the schooling. And that's why it's so hard to debate or talk to anyone who's like a normie lipcuck, is because they have this, it comes down to the fundamental axioms about like what is the value of human life compared to like the value of technology and organizations and history and information and a human civilization over human life. Like there's a scale there. Like on one end you have protect life at all costs. That would be like a full environmentalist view of things, where you would like reduce all technology to nothing. So like nothing would die unnaturally. And then there's the full opposite view, where civilization is all that matters, and that human experimentation and just like slaughtering millions of people and like fucking eugenics done by bio plagues and shit like that, that's all justified because we just need to reach the technological end of that we're aiming for. So those like are the two extremes.
Where like you gain immortality via technology, so any life lost in the process is okay.
And if you think about it from a utilitarian standpoint, it is in fact moral, and that's like that's pretty spooky. Is that from a purely utilitarian calculus, it is more moral to sacrifice 1 million people to create infinite life or infinite no aging than it is to actually not follow the law of like not experimenting on humans.
Right. Fuck.
It's always women leading the charge of retarded shit. Giving them rights was the real mistake.
I don't even believe that could achieve immortality with technology. I think eventually something's gonna fuck up and you're gonna die.
Well, I mean that's true. Like even all systems could fail or be like destroyed or things like that. And I think the sort of all the whole brain uploading shit, that seems unlikely to me.
It's a dumb meme to me. I never bought into that shit. I think it's like very hopeful.
Yeah, I don't think the brain, and even if your brain could be uploaded, it will be a copy of you. It will not be you. So
it's not going to be you.
Yeah,
exactly. You're not going to be conscious. You're not there.
So us as flesh bag beings, the only way to live on like indefinitely would be you have your brain transplanted into some sort of cyborg body, which maintains the brain and also simulates every other aspect of the body, so your brain thinks it's in a healthy body.
It has to be your like physical, actual brain too. Like no copies. No.
Your brain, it would be your brain in a jar, hooked up to a machine that sustained it and simulated another body, reducing.
I still don't think it would work. I think that would be fucking terrifying. Actually, that's like horror right there. That's fucking scary.
I don't know. I
being
think
like
it
a
would
brain
be.
god.
I mean, like it's not like that terrifying. Like the alternative is death, right?
Yeah,
So,
but who knows what happens when you die? Maybe we really do get to see fucking Sky Daddy.
yeah, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, neither do I, honestly.
It's good to have dreams, right?
Yeah, because you really don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a number of things could happen. You could wake up out of fucking Cairo sleep, and it could have just been like a fucking like in-flight programming or something, or you could have
Yeah, fuck.
that would be sad. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be sad. It'd be
Like
pretty
a
nice.
2001, A Space Odyssey, where
Hmm.
you're in like hypersleep. Yeah,
Or you could
it's
be
a
in a
good movie.
simulation, and you'd go to like a your life would end, and a score screen would pop up to see how you scored, and then it would just like
That
restart the
actually, I
simulation.
wouldn't even be surprised if that happened, honestly, because some shit like you have like the top scoring players who are like the Jews, I guess, and then you have like the shit tier people who like are like Africans. But either way, you're gonna
Like
wake
we
up
all
in the real
like we're
world.
all bored, fucking like immortals in our own like cyborg simulation in some other universe, and we all signed up for like we're basically playing an MMO,
I could
uh,
actually buy.
and we all
Honestly,
signed
that
up
might be.
and wiped
Do
our
you?
memories.
I'm not even joking when I say like that actually could be true, and that'd be fucking awesome.
I don't know. I don't think that theory is the case, but it'd be that's another wishful thinking kind of thing.
I guess
Um,
it's just as wishful as
the
like
darker
thinking you're gonna
one
go to
is
heaven.
we're in a if we're in a simulation, we're just some faggots like screensaver or Zen Garden, and it's just a
That is so scary on so many levels.
yeah, we're just a
Oh my
screensaver.
god,
They're just running in the background. They're just like goofing around, laughing at it, and then it'll
that's
just
like love.
end. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I had this like weird thought one time. I was like, all right, what if there is a god, but he's just like an evil fuck? Like he's fucking like evil and shit. And when you die,
Oh,
you're just gonna
all right.
go.
Is
He's
this a
gonna pop
Leo
you right
summoning
back.
ritual?
Yeah, yeah. But
Leo would
yeah,
be
the
like
thought of like
Leo would
being
just
like
run in
some
and be
like
like,
little
"Hmm?"
being like some like alien's plaything, like a screensaver, that is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Like how little you matter. Fucking Christ. Oof.
But the alien doesn't matter either. That's the sort of the point,
Yeah.
right?
I always think about this, like even if it doesn't matter like what the end game is, because really there's no meaning in shit. You have to make your own meaning, really.
Yeah.
Like even if you do die and you go meet Sky Daddy and you're in heaven and you meet all your ancestors, it still doesn't matter. You're gonna be in heaven and you're gonna be like, oh, what's the point of this? What happens now?
Cult Wars, Jeff Cult versus
Any
Leo Cult, and
I'm Jeff Colt all the way, dude. Tips Fedora. Screensaver.
assuming a simulation. I would think it's for training new members of a growing Type 3 civilization, a model of the most important turbulent time of
Type
technological
3
history.
civilization. Fuck off. I don't care. What is that? Type 3 civilization. It sounds like
So
meme
that
shit.
would be fucking weird. Like you wake up and like instead of having had like a childhood, you simulated your entire lifetime of 80 years. And but you're like in a 12-year-old body, and you have your lifetime added onto it, and then you have to go on with this sort of education. That'd be fucking creepy. Is there like a sci-fi book you read with that premise, Extra Time, or is that just like something you
It's
fucking
actually
came
weird.
up with?
Thinking about that just now, like, kind of gave me a spook. That'd be really weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the fun part, right? Is like it could be fucking anything, and we can't know. It's good.
And I don't buy that you die and then nothing happens because I don't know. I think by like virtue of being,
Oh, like
I don't
Leo
know.
joins the call. I sense the soul fading from Christ's embrace. Yeah.
I don't think you die and then you're just dead because like I think by virtue of being conscious, like you're gonna, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I don't think you could just end consciousness. It's like pretty, I don't know, man. But maybe I'm.
Yeah, I think that's also wishful thinking. I definitely think conscious could end, and we could it just ends, and that's fine too. Uh, because there's no like indication, right, of any way back or sort of interaction with the afterlife from any sort of mortal standpoint. But if Jeffsony is still tripping out from that one time he got high, we're all figments of his drug-fueled imagination. I wish that was the case because life would be a bit more interesting. What a shitty way to train. Yeah, it basically be uh, there were a few books that kind of touch it, but you mostly came up with. Yeah. But if you were training and you were the orange retard from that shooting? But then what if the NPC meme is real and there's only like a number of player characters training and everyone else is actually NPCs?
I might believe that. That might be true. But there's no reason there's no logical reason to believe that anybody else is conscious besides you. Like, I don't have proof anybody else is real. You know.
So you're saying I'm unconscious right now?
You might be. I don't fucking know.
Give me a break.
You might be. You might be like a figment of my imagination, and I'm just like in like a padded cell somewhere. I don't know.
Sure. I do think that's interesting to think about, but
it is. But it's also like it's a shit shoot because you're never gonna know. So why even try?
Hell, fucking Hinduism could be right, and we'd all be fucked.
Well, Hinduism is totally
fucked. We'd all reincarnate into like a fucking cockroach.
You're stuck in this hell forever, and it'll be eons before you get to experience the pinnacle of human again.
Yeah, Zen Buddhism's creepy. Have you read? Oh, I guess you're not a weeb, so never mind. Can't discuss that.
I know a bit about Zen Buddhism.
Yeah. It's all about like extreme suffering and shit.
Yeah. Fucking Christ. Eastern religions are pretty brutal all around.
I mean, but they're effective and they worked and they held together their societies much better than Africa or South America.
Yeah. Agreed. Totally. Or even Western civilization, because I think Japan is better off than we are, to be honest.
Well, Japan, basically, they took all the good parts of Western civilization, and then when they got to the part that said, hey, unlimited immigration of foreign cultures, they're like, I'll pass on that one. I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
And they're fine. Totally like, we're actually in Half-Life 3, the MMO.
Oh, yeah, the other, like, a few streams ago, I was having, like, a fedora tipping argument with you about, like, if there's God or not. And you said that it was, like, a linguistic construct. But I was trying to say, like, I think by, like, virtue of existing, that something had to have, like, created everything. I don't think the universe could have just appeared out of nowhere. It doesn't make sense.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Like, yeah, but that's not the point, though.
That's a very anthropomorphic way of looking at it. There's no logical reason why the universe couldn't have always existed or just randomly appeared.
But I don't know how it could always exist. But
it's just it's like an axiom, right? Like the universe always existed. It wouldn't make sense for something else to not for non-existence to be a thing, right?
Right. It actually only makes sense that
like
the universe
non-existence isn't a state that is logically coherent.
Right. That's just death. Is pretty much what that is.
So the universe always existed, and we're just in it. That's it. There's nothing like really difficult to think about.
Yeah, it is difficult to think about, but
basically a JRE episode. Constantine was complaining, talking about all this simulation shit, and like, hey, Lamau, at least, but we're not like intellectual drug posting yet. I tend to avoid that.
Fuck drugs. Drugs are shit.
Everything is made pure experience and consciousness doesn't exist.
Dude, you gotta smoke DMT, dude. You get to see God. Do it.
Smoke DMT.
Did I smoke DMT and I saw the fucking creator God and he told me that we're all like loving.
It's not that the universe didn't exist, Sam Jones. It's just that the sort of the matter and energy that we perceive was compressed to a point, and was at a much smaller point behind in previous times.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
You don't buy it?
No, I don't buy the whole like Big Bang bullshit.
Why?
It sounds stupid. Because how was all right.
But then how do you explain like the expansion of the space-time curvature, like the energy
that's
models
never been
of
proven to me. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that everything is. I don't know that that's true. You got to prove it to me.
If the space-time curvature didn't work, then we wouldn't have nuclear fusion.
Have you ever seen a nuke in real life? Have you ever seen a nuke explode in real life, dude? I haven't. How do you
You're
know
jerking my
nukes
chain
exist?
here,
Like,
right?
yeah, kinda, but not really though. Because if you haven't like seen a nuke, you don't know that nukes exist. It would be pretty logical that the elite like invented the nuclear bomb idea to like scare people into never doing anything.
I don't think that's the case.
No, neither do I, but it's an idea.
It's a
It's funny.
wacky idea. What are you, fucking Eddie
It's
Bravo? We're really turning into
no
JRE right now.
nukes don't exist is like a popular theory. It's interesting.
A popular theory, yes. I don't know if it's a good theory.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I took a few astronomy courses and I studied it on my own a few times. And like the prevailing
Yeah, I would take
theory
your
of
word
the Big
for it.
Bang makes sense. And
I don't
it's
think it
not
does.
saying that the Big Bang was caused by X, Y, or Z. It's just that saying that things were compressed and then they expanded and they're continuing to expand. It's very simple.
But
It doesn't
how was
actually
it
counter
compressed?
anything.
But in order for it to be compressed, wouldn't there have to be like an other, like an outside? You know what I
No,
mean? So it's
there's many
expanding.
theories you can come up with to sort of presuppose the compressed universe. So, for
So
example,
like, all right,
eventually
go
a
on.
black hole will get enough matter that it creates a singularity, becomes dense enough in the curvature, and then at that singularity point, perhaps a new universe starts forming, and like the all the chemical reactions and the matter and energy they get compressed to such a tiny point that they then explode and expand again. So
But what would
uh,
it be expanding into? Like, there has to be like if you're gonna expand, you can't just expand. If they like, I don't know, man. That's actually kind of a fucking
that's the
mind fuck.
space time curvature.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the the fucking
That is weird.
like
Whoa, this
you
is
understand that.
fucking Joe Rogan.
Did you? It's not really Joe Rogan, but so like the reason why we can part of the reason we know about the space time curvature is black holes. Like
But
we don't have a model for black holes besides space time curvature.
we've never observed a black hole. It's like
But
we've never seen
we
one.
observe time dilation of stars. It's all
Okay.
about the time dilation.
Okay.
So
All right. Okay. I can believe
so
that.
you understand that. So we know what the speed of light is because we look at a star and we can calculate its distance uh, based off the light and its distance from us. And then we say, okay, so the light it took the light from this star that is this distance from us to travel to here this long, and so
Yeah.
we know the speed of light, and that's like been a constant thing. And then we also know that gravity causes time to slow, right? So
Okay.
if you
But time is only like I don't get what you mean by like causes time to slow. Like time isn't like a concrete thing. It's just something we perceive because we invented a fucking like
well,
clock.
yeah, but it causes our
Right.
human perception of time to slow. Uh,
Okay.
like gravity will literally warp time once it gets high
So like
enough.
if you went on a planet that had like super strong gravity and you could like theoretically walk there without being like crushed, you'd like time would be super slow for you.
What created the Big Bang? Nothing. It was just a process from either a singularity of another black hole, or it was simply the start of an empty space, and that was what was in it. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant question.
Well,
Metaphysics is irrelevant. It's fun to think about. It's just like a fun stoner talk, but it's not. It is literally irrelevant to discuss metaphysics. And I kind of came to this conclusion a long time ago, and I've amused metaphysics discussion on various internet forums, but it is
right.
ultimately it's just like anime shit posting. It doesn't actually mean anything.
Yeah, because you can never prove any metaphysical theory.
It's true. That's the point. It's metaphysical.
That's a black pill.
It is a black pill.
Yeah. I could see why Joachim hates you, dude. You're dropping black pills on me.
I know, right?
No, but I already was here. I already knew what you're talking about, but it still fucking sucks to think about. Especially if we're just like meat sacks, you know what I mean? With our consciousness is just like a biological evolutionary thing and it doesn't really mean anything. And being conscious is more like a burden.
Like, you can
than
take
anything else.
all of the metaphysical philosophy of the Western fucking tradition, you can put it out on a graph, and it's just meaningless fucking fan fiction. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's all conflicting. It's all just, like, conjecture about stuff that's unknowable. It's
And a lot
literally
of it is
meaningless.
very human ape-like bullshit that you can just smell from a mile away.
Well, yeah.
Like the whole multiple, like there was this god and this god and this god, and they fought. Like
Boonga,
that's
boonga,
bullshit.
God protect my tribe. And then
Yeah,
God get mad at my tribe.
that's a dude. That is a fucking black pill. To think like everything is so like ape-like and human, probably not true. Anything really. It probably just meat sacks on this rock.
Metaphysics interacts with reality in the form of mathematical concepts imposing themselves on reality. But that's not metaphysics, that's physics.
Yeah,
Mathematics
that's
is
not.
sort of like it's a physical phenomena. Like, all the laws of mathematics that we know are observable physical phenomena, basically. That's kind of why they work. Is because it's physical.
This is fucking high level Fedora.
Theology and metaphysics aren't the same thing. Yeah, that's true. But but the thing about metaphysics, it's all linguistic constructs. It's all just metaphysics is only confirmable. It's not confirmable. It's fucking metaphysics. So it's only true within its own linguistic construct. So it's not a thing worth
Which
discussing.
means nothing. Oh, I get what you mean now.
It's linguistic.
Okay. Yeah. It took a while to like fully like understand the point, but I get it. You're basically like creating a set of things that in order to prove this, it has to be this, but really you just made it up anyway. It's linguistic, so it
Mathematics
doesn't
isn't intangible. I can't remember exactly who wrote about this. I know there was a philosopher, some smart person wrote about this, but you could replace all the language we use to describe math with any other set of language, and it would still remain true. Or you could also it would take a
right
long
because
ass
it's
fucking
about
time, but you could
yeah
model. You could use like arrangements of like grains of sand to model every bit of math that we know, and it would
because
remain
it's
true
about
because
it's
it's
about
sort of a
proportion.
physical aspect
Refer,
of
yeah,
our
it refers,
reality.
of course, 100%. It's all about proportion, which is a very physical thing, you know.
But the difference here is like for metaphysics, you can the truth of like a metaphysical concept only is true within like that linguistic structure, that linguistic context of that language for that time.
Right, and whoa, fuck.
But math remains true no matter what language, no matter how you try to arrange it in any sort of physical terms, whether it be verbal, whether it be on paper, whether it be using grains of sand, it will remain true.
Dude, I need Leo to come and fucking restore my faith in anything right now.
I don't know why do people get like scared at this stuff though, or blackpilled. I don't
I'm
get it.
not really scared. It's just depressing.
Why is
But
it
whatever.
depressing though?
Because it kind of just proves that there's no real purpose.
But
There's
that
no
shouldn't be
real.
depressing. Why is that depressing
Nah,
to you?
I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess it's not even really depressing. It's just kind of like the shit that you thought was not true. Whatever, get over it.
Um,
To me, it just goes back to the whole like everything being like raw and physical. It's just kind of like, what's the point if everything is just like, I don't know, physical?
well, I
There's no
mean,
like,
look, buddy, the Greeks and Romans figured this shit out way long ago, and it's called
yeah,
Stoicism. And I know I need to go read some of the critiques and follow ups on it. But even then, like they understood the very basic shit, like the world
yeah.
is
You're gonna
material.
die.
We're gonna die. Let's live in the world, this material world, and find some sort of virtue or purpose that works. It's very simple, and like that's all. That's all you really need.
Yeah.
Would you be up for joining the call? It's likely leaking into reality. That sounds fucking retarded. It is reality. It's literally a part of physical reality. It's not leaking into reality.
That, that does sound
You could
fucking.
argue that it's like we live in a simulation, and like mathematics are a set of rules imposed on the simulation, or something to that matter. But like fucking like the
But
structures
that's
of
also
math
metaphysical,
leaking
isn't it?
into that. Yeah, it's just another metaphysical theory that makes sense.
Because the idea of a simulation is a linguistic construct in the way that you were describing what that is before.
Nietzsche BTFO'd the Stoics. Nietzsche didn't BTFO shit. He just like ranted about like some Uberman garbo that doesn't mean anything.
Nietzsche's a meme, dude.
Yeah. The whole like pursuing the Uberman is a nonsensical. It's basically just trying to be like a hedonist while being a Stoic.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you described Stoicism as like trying to find some value that works, and that's pretty much what he was doing in the Ubermensch thing. So
Yeah.
I don't know
He's
how
just
BTFO
replacing
Stoic.
Greek and Roman virtue with like ma Ubermensch. It's
Yeah,
literally
but
the
still
same
using
shit.
the. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, for
Leaking is
sure.
a bad word for it to be DOBTFO. Sky Daddy's BTFO. Indeed.
I don't get how like reading the Bible is gonna like disprove this either, because you made a pretty sound argument for how it's literally not gonna matter at all. You know.
Well, I mean, what do you mean it's not going to matter? If the Bible was true, it would actually change. Like, it would be a true metaphysical model. That would be something that'd be useful in knowing to know.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
and
I don't
it
know.
would also dictate your behavior because that would just be an aspect of reality. But I just don't think there's any reason the Bible's true. And it's unfortunate. I wish reality could be boiled down to such simple moral truisms, and that it was so simple and easy. But it's not easy.
Well, it would be super comforting, you know.
Yeah, but it's not comforting and it's not easy. And that's
Yeah.
fine. And it's one part of being a cognitive human being is dealing with these problems and dealing with them in a smart and adult way. And and it's usually, if you don't have a good framework to do it, you get really depressed and upset and panicked when you lose that sort of footing.
Right. Which is really all just chemical reactions in your brain anyway. So what does it matter?
I mean, it's in
Tips
a
for that.
sense that you create a new system of physics, not all based on our own, and there are new algorithm mathematics that govern that reality. But it's contained in category theory. I see what you mean, but I wouldn't describe category theory as physics, because for category theory as metaphysics, I mean, because for category theory to exist, that you need to have a universe in which there are distinct entities in order for category theory to arise. And so it is a literally a reflection of the physical universe, because in order for category theory to be a thing that we observed and then used as a truism, we had to have distinct entities in our universe for that to even be possible. Degenerate into bumfucking hedonism because normies will gravitate it towards it since time. Well, Stoicism doesn't involve hedonism or degenerate bumfucking carnivore, because it discards these activities as useless folly, and it says they're nothing but a waste of time, and rightfully so.
But how do you justify that if it's just like everything's physical? Why not just make pee tingles all day? Like who cares?
Because there's better things than that. Like, you don't. It's not really a hard argument to make that there are better things than PP tingles.
But what's the end game? Like what's the point? Like
Like,
what is like fulfillment? Like you're talking about like deeper fulfillment?
well, there's that, but there's also like civilization and history, and like sort of the edifice of man, right? So we're
Right.
all part of the same genetic code, and we're all in this together in a sense. And we have like a civilizational level and like a technological level. And although it may not ultimately matter where we get with it, I think out of like the things that we can do, we could either be like fucking bumfuck savages who jerk off and rape each other all day, or we could like try to push the limits of reality using technology and our abilities to think and organize. And I think of the two things that you could do, one of them's better, and you should encourage people and bully people who don't go that direction.
Okay, because it's transcendental in a realistic way.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I buy this. I totally buy this. This is pretty good philosophy.
Yes, you need at least one functor between categories. Exactly, extra time. So the whole category theory is once you get a better setup, you might be able to do and move. Okay, Oleg. I look forward to it in any eventuality. Um, uh, yeah, like once you like the whole category system is set up on having differentiation, and that's only like been a thing because in our society, in our universe, we have differentiation. So it is a reflection of physical reality. It's not like some sort of process beyond reality.
Was Exigentime saying you wanted to come on here?
You would be a minority in that society, though. Well, I mean, that's why. Yeah, he said he was going to come on in a few minutes to discuss some stuff. Maybe.
Cool. I'm kind
You're
of a
right,
pleb on this.
Carnivore,
That'd
that
be
you would
nice.
be a minority, but it doesn't matter as long as the people in charge aren't in fucking PP Tingle land and they have some goals and things they want to get done. And then
Yeah,
they rule the plebeians and bully them and brainwash them and shit. That's fine.
yeah.
Like, there's no need to make everyone a philosopher. Just do it by force.
I agree. I've always said that, like, or not always said, I'm not some fucking Confucius, but like believe that you have to like enforce good values by force. Like most people are like lemmings. Like they're not gonna believe
Yeah,
something
like
just because
the current public schooling system is basically a by force uh,
right,
uh, application of values.
right.
And if that was replaced with something that was more like based off of like technological progress over everything else, and the value of civilization and the nap and all these other things, and then sort of stoic practical philosophy over hedonism. Instead, it's basically become hedonistic.
Yeah.
Are you going to
Hedonism
get the
is
heads of
fucking
society to
disgusting.
follow this? I mean, well,
Hedonism.
you become their advisor as a philosopher. You as a philosopher, you go up to them, you philosophize, and then you give them your advice, and hopefully they follow it because they are too in this sort of universe, and they have the same problems presented to them, and they have to come to some similar solutions. So if they can become convinced that their personal hedonism is bad and the hedonism of others is bad, and that they should move in the right direction.
Or you could just form a massive populist revolution and overthrow the societal leaders and make them your own. Uh,
Well, the leaders don't even have to be
State.
moral; they just have to be anti-hedonistic.
Definitely.
It had to have been the case, historically speaking, if leaders brought us this far. We're not so self-destructive that we fucking died. Indeed, yeah. Like you look at the leaders of the United States. They they were men of various qualities. A lot of them were Masons. A lot of them were kind of dubious. But fundamentally, they had, at least at the very fucking least, a sort of a meritocracy deal going on, and they were aiming to try to build a meritocratic society.
But what is good? Hmm. Hmm.
Well, yeah, that's true. But what is the good? The good life is the pleasurable life. That's a simple answer. But the
I
I think
think what's
I
good is
outlined it
pretty.
earlier, and the good is just it is human organization
And
into
I think
greater uh, greater heights through peace.
which is self what is it called?
Good
What
is
is
distance from the animal. I'll say that. Good is your individual
parent?
distance from being an animal ape.
That's self-evident to anybody who's not a fucking lemming retard too. Everybody knows this who has half a brain. Most people aren't really like slaves to their penis and vagina. Like most people that matter, at least. I don't know.
So would you say good is being opposed to your limbic system?
Uh, yes, good is being transcendent beyond your other hormones and chemicals and basic instinctual systems, and actually becoming a self-aware conscious being. And then once you get to that point, you can then actually talk about morality uh, uh, as what is good for myself and people around me in terms of living in this conscious state. So first you have to abandon animalism, and then you then discuss a sort of in a very sort of utilitarian, practical sense. What is society? What is good for society in those terms? Morality is self-evident. Period.
I think so.
I think there kind of needs to be a
Like
compromise
what
between
you
it.
defined as like moral, I've always thought, but I
could
just
be.
like kind of thought that it would be because of some god. But even if you take that away and you take like the Stoic approach, it's still self-evident what is moral and what you should be doing.
I mean, yes
Yeah,
and no. It
I
has
was going to
changed through
mention
time.
that. Oh, go ahead.
Right, and because clearly it's not self-evident to everyone because look at society, so I guess.
Yeah, so I was just going to mention that as far as I see, good is it acts as kind of a compromise between your more animalistic desires and your higher conscious desires, because both kind of are necessary uh, for human experience to exist. Um, Basically, the way I see it is that the majority of your higher desires are really just extremely complicated procedures to reach lower desires, basically. You don't really have much inherent values that exist within the higher consciousness. It doesn't really, there isn't very many transcendent things that you can really value.
Fuck, that is true.
I don't know about that. I
You're saying it's
think
a complication of your animalistic desires. That's all it is.
Partially. I do think there are transcendent things that you can reach for, strive for, that aren't animalistic, that don't arise out of your lower brainstem and limbic system, things
I'd
like
have to
that.
disagree with that extra time. I think there's definitely a difference. Like there's no rational. Like if you're a living, like explain suicide then.
Yeah, I mean, suicide, I think, is, I can explain it from an evolutionary biology perspective. The way I see it is that suicide acts as a kind of part of a group evolution strategy to weed out individuals who might not be productive for the group. It's kind of like
Well, no,
how
but it doesn't matter.
it happens in your own cells, though.
It
Your
happens
own
in your
cells
own
kill themselves.
cells.
It does. There's something called autophagy, or apoptosis is the more correct term, and your cells will literally kill themselves if they believe they're diseased.
Well, I mean
And I don't see why that wouldn't apply to higher structures in biology.
No, that doesn't apply at all because according to you, the higher structures of biology. Even if you're
Like
the most
groups,
decrepit piece of shit, you're not going to kill yourself. You're going to try to reproduce and struggle on to eat more food and keep your ATP firing. And I think suicide legitimately can only come from having some sort of abstraction that has totally torn you away from any sort of animal behavior because it is completely against the basic animal behavior. Animals don't fucking commit suicide. You might say,
if you
that
see animals as individuals, though, but if you see animals, a species, as kind of a group organism, it does make sense.
That doesn't matter. We're talking about individual organisms here. There's no rational evolutionary biological impetus to commit suicide. It is completely an abstraction.
That's only if you're thinking of evolution only working on individuals, but I believe evolution works on kind of like a fuzzy version of a genome, like basically.
How would it work on a group scale? Because it's not like your cells are like communicating with another human being.
Our genetics are not connected to each other. They might be similar, but there's no physical connection between them. We're just individual bundles of genes. I don't think.
Then why does evolution favor group strategies in certain species?
Why does it favor? It's just because, in a practical sense, like outnumbering your opponent gene enemies will allow you to propagate more. That's it. There's nothing complicated about it. There's no sort of inherent value in it.
But how do you explain like worker bees, things like that can't reproduce but still work they still have genes and they work for the benefit of a colony?
Because they were a genetic function was able to produce them and then continue producing them because it was found to be profitable for them individually.
So could suicide not be something that might be profitable for a species?
No, it would. Why would it ever be profitable?
It'd
be way more profitable to just improve yourself.
Let's say you are an extremely mentally ill individual and you have come to these conclusions that make you so separate from the group that you'd rather just kill yourself. You are no longer benefiting the original group strategy. You have strayed too far from the original group strategy, which has been proven successful since you were born from it. So a biological mechanism kicks in and you decide to kill yourself.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to just have fucking kids and hope that the kids turn out better than you? Like, I don't.
I mean, yeah, it
Yeah,
could be.
it's not rational or biologically motivated. I don't think you're right there.
Yeah,
It's
because
purely a
it'd be better
social
off.
human construct society. It's nothing to do with genetics at all on any
I
level.
can guarantee that cavemen didn't kill themselves. I
Okay,
think
it's not necessarily genetic, Justin. I agree with that, but as Osman brought up, it could be spread culturally, which really is just an extension of evolution as well. Culture follows the same
Sure, but
evolutionary
you're
strategies.
using bad semantics here. You should stop referring to all this group evolution shit. That's just society. That's just social construction.
I'll use your
genetics is purely simply the functions passed down individually between humans. The sort of the muddying that Dawkins and all of them have made up of the genes of the ideas and we have social genes. It's all malarkey. This is all just sort of
there's no social genes, but it does follow an evolutionary strategy.
Only roughly. It's a very if you start comparing it to actual evolutionary pressures, you very quickly find that it's distorted at every level. And it's nothing to do with evolution.
In a sense, I mean, I see it as in the sense of evolution works anytime there is a scarcity of existence. So if a certain idea has to compete with other ideas to exist, then it must follow an evolutionary strategy.
That's not true.
Talking about now you're talking about memes.
You're talking about JF's sort of stuff about like self-replication is basically genetics and
it's not genetics, but it's evolutionary.
It's evolutionary.
It's evolutionary. It
doesn't have to be evolutionary. You can have a static, self-propagating thing that is extremely successful without any evolutionary process.
Absolutely, but nothing remains static for long in the universe.
That's not true at all. We have animals that have been around for millions of years and with their genome barely changed.
What about
because their environment hasn't changed, but as soon as their environment changes, they'll change too.
No, that means that you just said that static things don't exist very long in the universe, but their environments were static, and so were they.
Yes, but
and in human timescales, it doesn't matter. So there will be static things in human timescales. And in human timescales, there are aspects of society that are not evolutionary in any way. And that can just be randomly stupid and dysgenic.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree with you on that. I just think that there are certain things that are evolutionary in ideas and culture. And I lean towards the view that suicide might be something like that.
I don't think suicide is. Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
I think
I'm not big brained at all. So
a short circuiting in the utility function and the individual biochemistry for that to occur, or a level of abstraction so far gone that they've overcome any an animalistic tendency to self-preserve.
Really. Because suicide is very quick. It's a quick act. It could be one bad decision. I don't know that it's evolutionarily motivated. It just doesn't make any sense. There's like infinitely better things you could do other than commit suicide. They'd be better for the group, even if you want to go on that.
Unless your mind believes that everything is completely worthless, your life is worthless.
But then that's like a short circuit in your own brain.
Or is that short circuit intended? That's the question. I don't know though, and I just lean towards the part that short circuit might be intentional. Because
so you're saying that like people have
all too easy for it to happen though. It seems all too easy for it to happen. Like we have had so long to keep ourselves.
People committed suicide throughout history for many years, but for many different reasons. But only very recently are people committing suicide because people say boo-boo words to them or they feel alienated on like a social level.
That's fucking funny too.
That's a much more recent fucking.
Okay, I do agree with you on that. I agree that the current condition of society has degraded to the point where that is kind of happening. It's kind of like obesity. Obesity is really not meant to happen.
Like Socrates didn't kill himself because he's like, oh, I hate life.
But modern society kind of has triggered all these, what I believe are built-in mechanisms in ways that were not meant to happen because we just haven't evolved for the situation that we're in. So maybe suicide was an evolutionary mechanism.
I can see what you mean, but I think you're wrong.
Okay,
I
no,
don't I
I
see what you mean about how it could be like, okay, so you have a barrage of sort of social stimuli,
yes,
and that social stimuli triggers some sort of chemical reaction in your brain that literally causes you to off yourself once you reach a certain
yes.
threshold of that stimuli.
Right.
But
That
it's
stimuli
too
is generally
abstract. It's
depression
too
and things
abstract
like.
to be genetic and specifically tied to hormones. And not only that,
I don't think it's tied to hormones. I think it's tied to the just the neurological structure that we have. I here's where I think there is a lot of ambiguity in my idea, and that's basically we don't see it happening with many other animals. There are like penguins and shit that commit suicide, but it's pretty rare. But most animals are much closer to their
If
ancestral environment than we are.
if suicide was like evolutionary and it was like a tactic to like weed out the weak, wouldn't like shit people just all kill themselves and society would be like perfect?
No, it's people who believe they are shit. There's plenty of people who are shit, and just because of the way society functions, they
Right.
are
they
narcissistic
don't
enough or whatever to
KYS.
believe they're not shit.
I think I'm shit and I don't kill myself, so
Well, it's
I think I'm pretty
kind of
trash.
more than just thinking you're shit. It's thinking. It's kind of, I would say, it's a form of total hopelessness.
Yeah,
Like,
and I think that in order to reach that point and actually undergo the activity of actually killing yourself, you have to shirk all animalistic biological tendencies. Like the amount of people who like get on that brink and then don't kill themselves because their animal self kicks in and says, "Oh, don't do it," is immense as well. Like in order for someone to actually go through the act and not or do it unregretfully and not just like be falling halfway off Brooklyn Bridge like, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have jumped," kind of deal, they have to
I
be
find it
completely
interesting though.
abstracted. And I
I
think
find it
that
interesting though.
it's not like instinctual.
Most people who commit suicide and fail at the attempt, so they don't actually commit it. They usually end up saying how much they regretted it as the act happened.
Yeah, I've
So,
heard that
Yeah,
before.
because
People
your
who try to
body will
hang
literally
themselves
tell
and
you, "Hey,
fail.
idiot, don't do it."
but
So
Yeah, I've heard
only
like people
after
who fail.
they've already taken that final
People who
step off the bridge or whatever that they
fail
feel
at
that.
yeah, and so they've reached a level of abstraction for that moment, that last of weakness
second.
that has completely separated them from their animal self, and then
You see,
and after that, their animal self kicks back in immediately.
I absolutely agree with your logic there, but the way that I see it is it's not abstraction that they're feeling, abstraction from reality. I think it might be a biological drive that is not letting them see reality in a way that would preserve their own existence. They just feel nothing about it when they should be feeling fear of it. And that feeling of nothing could very well be a biological phenomenon that was meant to happen.
I don't think there's been any, if any. Well, I mean, there's been studies on sort of suicidal biochemistry and brain chemistry, but I don't think anything's come to that conclusion. Like
I haven't
I can't
honestly looked into a
corroborate
lot
it
of these
at all.
studies. It's just
It's
based
just a
on my
theory, a game theory.
intuition
That's kind of the
from,
problem.
yeah.
I tend to avoid those sorts of theories when it comes to actual biophysiological shit unless there's studies that corroborate it. That's why I'm kind of uncomfortable with accepting that as like actual truth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Tend to be much more on the speculative side of things.
It's just
Yeah.
fucking massive brained.
Don't you
This
think
is mega.
we're reaching pinky in the brain levels of discussion here?
You guys are like this is like the modern philosophers, dude. This is like you guys are like the modern.
We're like the intellectual dark web.
We're just
Yeah, fuck
philosophic shit
Joe Rogan.
posters.
We're the
I do.
Okay.
I like. I'm just not well read enough on any of this shit to like
We're gonna
provide
be
any.
Jordan Peterson.
But I don't. It's like suicide being evolutionary is fucking retarded because I think that if you were gonna like say it's evolutionary, there's like literally an infinite amount of things that would be better for like the species. Like you could just,
See,
if
that's
you
where I
really,
disagree. There
no,
are
because
cases.
if you were shit, you could just dedicate yourself to being a slave to every other person, every other member of your species, or you could like go rape somebody and hope that your kid turns out better. Or there's like a lot of other things you could do that aren't killing yourself.
If you rape somebody and hope your kid turns out better, 10,000 generations down the line, if that keeps happening, they're probably going to keep getting worse. So that would weed out that side of the.
You say that, but that's probably not even the
Mental
case.
illness. Yeah, no, a lot of times mental illness isn't even like you could be mentally ill and your kid's going to be totally fine if you have a kid.
Yes, most of the time, but there is that
Right.
higher percentage chance.
Yeah.
It's all statistical the way evolution works. But as far as like giving yourself into helping others, you shouldn't, like, if you're that far gone, there isn't many other mechanisms left in your mind that can be used to like help others and do things like that. So suicide might be the only.
It's nothing
way out
about
of
helping
such a
others, I
situation.
don't think. I think it's more about it's about not receiving any utility from living.
Right.
It's your utility function goes negative.
Yes, but our utility function, I think, is partially evolutionary, and that is very much designed to benefit the
utility
group.
Function isn't evolutionary. That is definitely just a random thing we made up.
Well, no, what we call the utility function in people, the generalized
preference ordering. I don't know.
Like what preferences we actually have in life generally are based on the limbic system.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, in order to reach a state of mind in which literally all your preferences that you could ever do in life were from both in that given moment and then further on are like all bad. Everything would be negative, and your utility function it spits out like a negative number. You have to be on a level of abstraction away from the human animal in order to even get to that point. You have to be so obsessed with a number of things and ideas that are not
it can only
natural in any way.
I think it can only exist with something like reason and logic. You'd have to have that to be able to get to that level of abstraction.
You'd have to have reason and logic. You'd have to have not only that, but you'd also have to have not a clear head. And because if you accept like axioms about mortality, and then usually whatever the thing that is stressing you out when you're suicidal is not going to be all that fucking important. Like it's gonna be like you might be stressed out because you might like fail to meet the expectations of people around you, or you'll be like a social failure, outcast, or whatever the heck. But that's like irrelevant. Like on any sort of. In any sort of realistic sense, it's actually irrelevant. Like your status is not going to matter once you kick the bucket anyways. So it's not like it's completely irrelevant to the distinction. So in order to actually go through with the act and assign this assign your hatred of life in general, of everything, as being so bad that you're going to kill yourself, I think you have to be at a level of abstraction that I could only describe as self-conscious. And I don't think it's some sort of like natural instinctual thing that ever happens. It's all people getting wrapped up in sort of a delusion brought around by their environment rather than any sort of natural impulse.
You don't think, I mean, but you don't think that you could just become so like existentially nihilistic that you just fucking kill yourself?
No, I think you can. I think that's the whole.
You can,
point.
Absolutely, yeah. That
you can distort.
I thought you were.
I see where you're coming from that, and I see why you'd be.
I'm gonna kill myself. No, I get what you mean.
I absolutely understand why you'd be skeptical that it would be an evolutionary behavior in that case, because it just seems so foreign to.
But existential, like your biggest point that I'm just doing a little thinking on this. And I think like the biggest point in your favor from like a practical example is like Japanese people who like kill themselves because they like dishonored their family or whatever. You can kind of see that as evolutionary, actually, you know, that I think about it.
So the way that I basically understand how minds work, the way that I model them is that you have these base desires that form into intricate actions that a person takes. those intricate actions are caused by those base desires being essentially ran through your logic and reason system. And it's a very abstracted away model of how the mind actually works, but I think it does explain most behaviors. And the way that I would see it is that there is kind of a feedback that can occur in this system where your desires are changed by how you think about them. And this feedback could happen in a negative way or a positive way, but the way that we see it happening mostly is negative ways. And you have this base desire of not wanting your current situation or feeling hopeless or something like that, just a raw emotion. And you get constantly stuck thinking about it. And the more you think about it, the more real it becomes to you, and the less real other things become to you. And you do reach that level of abstraction. And I think that's why you see pretty much only humans committing suicide, because nothing else really has that level of reason to ruminate on a
That's what I'm
subject for
saying.
so long.
It's completely away from any natural or animalistic child was timed out by Greatest Goyim. Oh no. Not Greatest Goyim.
Oh god. Greatest Goyim's gassing the chat.
Having fun there, buddy? I forgot I gave him mod at some point, but unfortunately he decided to use it for a little bit of fun instead of for bants.
This is a good discussion, though. I think it's interesting to think about if suicide is evolutionary. I just don't think it is.
I just think it's those base desires that just get amplified, and then there is built into the brain, once a certain level of hopelessness occurs, that you stop caring about your own life.
Do I have to restart the
I just
stream?
don't
No, it should be good.
understand that. Because if you just stopped caring about your own life, why would you even take the time to kill yourself? Why wouldn't you just like become like a hedonistic?
Because
like,
you might actually start being dangerous to other members of your group, like doing things like murdering a bunch of them.
But then why would people become murderers ever? Wouldn't that function just take over before they did that?
They might. It's really speculative at this point. I hate going
right,
into
because
this
who's to
territory.
say like how often? Right, who's of when that would kick in if it was like a biological process? Maybe it's not like 100% foolproof or whatever. I don't fucking know. This is insane.
But basically, if you're feeling that bad about yourself, and generally you feel bad about yourself as a person, if there's been interaction socially, most of our emotions are related to social behavior.
I've gotten like nearly to that point before where I was like, I might have killed myself, but it didn't feel like evolutionary. It felt like dumb shit that was stupid, and I'm happy I didn't kill myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You see, I don't know.
Nothing matters. You might as well fucking live. Like, whatever. Why would you kill yourself?
I don't adhere too strongly to this idea of suicide. It's just, I believe it more than a lot of other explanations because it makes sense.
Honestly, I think that suicide is a cause of being a neurotic retard human and thinking that killing yourself is any better than living. It's just dumb. It's like neuroticism. It's just stupid.
There always is a
consequence of consciousness.
There's a fundamental neurological reason for every action taken, and very few actions are taken for purely psychological, conscious reasons. Most actions that you commit in life are 99.99 whatever percent caused by your base unconscious desires in life, whether you know it or not.
I know, I disagree with that model. I think that
conscious mind model isn't even like scientific. That's all theoretical for already.
What I mean by conscious is well, I guess with all this NPC stuff, the non-NPC mind, the verbalizing and symbolizing mind.
Some Jung right there.
I don't know. I think you overestimate the level of the unconscious has on people. I definitely think that through discipline, that becomes much less impactful in any way in people's lives. And
it's absolutely trainable, but
I think you can realize what yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh, go ahead.
I think you can realize the impact that your unconscious, to whatever extent it does have, like, draw to you. I think you can, like, realize when it's making you do shit, and you can just, like, fucking take power over it. I don't think it's that big of, like, a force.
I think you guys are underestimating the average person, though. They don't do that.
Overestimating, you mean?
Yeah, overestimating. Sorry.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah,
I mean,
people are pretty fucking stupid.
basically nobody actually followed Zen Buddhism as a religion in the Eastern countries. It was a very few minority who actually practiced it. Most people just revered the Buddhist monks, but very few of that population actually became monks and tried to
similar
master
to the
themselves.
Stoics.
Yeah, exactly. It's just such a rare thing to see somebody who actually wants to master their base desires and try to come to an understanding of what they truly want, because that's what Zen Buddhism is about.
Dude,
It's about
they put some
minimizing
time
suffering.
into that. That's fucking gay. Whoever did that, eat shit.
It was greatest Goyim.
I gave him a mod at some point, just for fun bants, and
We're just gonna say somebody said that my Crusader Kings 2 IQ is coming out. I think they're trying to call me stupid, but I had my IQ tested when I was like 12, and I have a 131 IQ, so you can eat shit. Keep going, by the way. That's all I had to say. I would have typed
Victoria is better than Crusader Kings, to be honest, fam.
Dude, Crusader Kings 2 and Hearts of Iron 4 are the only worth playing Paradox games. EU4 is trash. Victoria 2 is trash.
Victoria
how
2
dare
is
you.
trash. Oh my god.
I just don't have autism. I don't understand the game.
You gotta have those spreadsheet simulators.
Dude, it's literally
Man,
literally math
the
homework.
Discord spics are so desperate for my attention. They just want Daddy Jeff's attention.
Yeah, you're basically like Jim. You're like Jim to them.
I wonder if they'll get the reference.
I'm not defensive. I'm just saying. People in chat.
I have
making fun of me now. I'm
130
getting
IQ
bullied.
and I play Crusader Kings too.
Look, I mean, he's talking shit on my IQ. I'm going to tell you my IQ. You don't have to like it. Don't be mad because I'm smarter than you, bitch.
Yeah. So that was
I
a fun
don't have any
discussion.
confidence in IQ tests.
I like these existential discussions. They're fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't agree if that whole suicide is some sort of genetic output thing. I don't see that at all, but I can kind of see where you're coming from in sort of like an epigenetic social Darwinism type of feel, but I don't think that's like related really.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really strong impulse. It takes a huge amount internally in the brain to actually trigger a suicide response if it is an evolutionary response. But I think just due to the fact that humans can generate these huge neurological responses by the fact that we can just ruminate over a single idea for months and years, that we are much more capable of suicide than other animals. But I think animalistically it is possible in a lot of species.
Sorry. I can understand both standpoints, to be honest, because it kind of is like makes sense. It like appeals to like my brain to think that suicide is evolutionary because it's kind of like it seems like it's a red pill, kind of like activates my dopamine a little bit, but I just don't think it's true. I think it's like I don't know. It's not
Personally,
that
I can't really see myself ever in a situation where I'd want to commit suicide. Because the way that I see
not
it
for
is,
more than like 30 seconds of like just being in the shit. But then you realize like, oh, that's pretty stupid. I would have just stopped existing right there. Would have been dumb.
right, I can understand how it could overcome people.
Because I've been there.
in
I've
the
been
moment.
pretty in the shit before. Yeah, in the moment. But I wouldn't have done it. So.
But if you think about it,
Plus, it's like
you can derive enjoyment from anything in life, even suffering.
Suicide is like a cultural meme. Like the only reason you ever think I should kill myself is because it's a cultural meme that people kill themselves when they're sad. That's the only reason.
That is actually a interesting idea. That
if nobody ever talked about suicide, you would never think, oh, I should kill myself. It would never happen.
true. That is true.
A fucked up person killed themselves, and then it became a meme. And now people kill themselves because society tells them when people are sad, they kill themselves.
It would be discovered independently, but it is probably amplified just by the fact that people talk about it.
It's definitely not as common as it is now. No.
Destiny's going crazy in the chat.
I'm having some fun. Chow is basically rubbing his hands and saying, antinatalism is spreading.
What is antinatalism, like not having kids? Is that like the millennial?
Antinatalism is the standpoint that birth is a evil act, and that that people who have that the continuation of the human race and people having kids is in fact an existence itself is evil and should be stopped. That's antinatalism.
Wasn't
That's
Schopenhauer an
insane.
antinatalist?
Madness.
Was
Oh, life sucks sometimes, and people sometimes make fun of me, so nobody should ever give birth because it's evil. Fuck you.
if Schopenhauer was an antinatalist and he was Nietzsche's like inspiration, does that make Nietzsche cucked?
Bobo posted gangweed memes. I should honestly ban gangweed as well. Kind of a shitty meme.
Dude, gangweed is fucking patrician.
What?
Joker memes too? Come on, you want to fuck Chad? Don't you know the gamers are way better?
Bobo was just saying some
Rise
like
up.
stupid shit like haha I fuck kids or some other nonsense. And then he got
That's
kicked.
fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
We have a semi good post quality. I probably post the worst memes.
Either way, he deserved to get banned for violating Rule 6. So sorry. I wish I could go look at what the deleted messages are, but you know they probably did violate Rule 6.
What is Rule 6 anyway? I don't even know.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
I guess I could go read it. Hold on.
It basically says don't shit post.
Yeah, I figured that from like context clues because I'm fucking high IQ.
You 130 IQ. You figured it out. Hold on, I'll read it on stream just for prosperity's sake.
Oh, yeah,
don't worry.
All right.
There's people who need to be educated. You know.
Yeah.
They need to know what Rule 6 actually is. Hold up. I hope they haven't changed the text since fucking Hiroshima got in charge. All right.
Oh God.
The quality of posts is extremely important to this community. Contributors are encouraged to provide high-quality images and informative comments. There you go.
Wow. Nobody follows that anywhere.
Yeah.
So
read the first part of Rule 3 too.
Since you didn't do it, you didn't do nothing. All right. You will not post any of the folly outside of B. Trolls, flames, racism. Yeah. Well, Poll is basically just B 2.0 anyways. Except Poll is full of fucking TR the Donald boomers and robot shills now. Feels bad.
I mean, they even tried to make
I can't even use Poll anymore without getting mad. So
at least did we? I think we did already discuss the stupid boomer shooting before. But yeah, I guess that's like the only funny meme. Is the orange shirt man getting BTFO'd, getting his head blasted in.
I haven't watched it yet, but
you haven't watched it? What are you doing? Go watch it.
I should go watch it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Chow, your memes are shit, dude. What am I looking at?
That's Max Stirner, but as an anime girl. And then some sort of antinatalism.
Anime is a spook, though.
some sort of like Mickey the Mouse and Donald Duck antinatalism meme or something.
I've seen that one a long time ago, and I had it saved. I just think it's bad. I don't think it's funny. It looks like it should be funny, but then you read it and you're like, it's not that funny. It's kind of shit.
Yeah, the trash defenders. The trash troop.
Dumpster defender. It's fucking Chad. Dude, the guy with the shotgun is the fucking Ubermensch. Personified.
The Ubermensch, yeah, he's definitely basically right out of fucking Nietzsche.
The Ubermensch is a semi-overweight hillbilly.
Edgy Boy posts some quality shit. That's pretty funny.
Chow needs to have an A on the week. Yeah, he should come back on. He pops in like randomly, like 1 or 2 episodes, and then he's like, "Oh, I don't want to go on." Come on,
He does his own stream.
Does he? Well, if he wants, the shout out, he needs to go on stream. My power level has to rise. Like, what do you mean? Are you going to read more books so you can like make fun of me for not reading as many books very quickly? It is true. I've been playing WoW instead of reading books. Very bad. Very degenerate behavior.
WoW looks fun, but I'm not going to buy it.
I recommend not buying it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm not doing it.
I'll try to... I don't know. I still haven't figured out like when the fuck I need to stream. I guess this is about the time. But then ANCAP usually streams about the time, and I'm trying to go to bed at least in like I don't even want to stay up any later than another hour. So
Yeah, it's about when I like to sleep is like 3 a.m.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm trying to finagle something where I can do WoW streams again. I just don't want people fucking bursting in my room and saying, "Oh, Jeff Kuhn, come do X, Y, and Z," and then having to like pause the stream and do stupid random shit. Just wouldn't be very conducive. That's why I haven't been streaming. While my sleep schedule's been normal.
You should finish the Crusader Kings 2 Balkanized States playthrough, dude.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
I
pretty
should
fun.
I should continue that. People were asking for that. I think it would be fun. Continue that.
Dude, you got me to play that mod. That mod's fucking wonderful.
It's
I
a
love
cool
it.
mod. Yeah, it's really good.
It's fun. It's more fun than vanilla to me, but I'm just blown
I
out on
also got
vanilla.
a fucking run D&D tomorrow for my TeamSpeak buddies. So
Nice.
that'll be a whole process as well.
Are you gonna do a BYR D&D eventually?
Confusing
Maybe.
as fuck. I played not D&D, but the one with fucking superheroes that's kind of like based off D&D.
I don't recall the name.
Mutants and Masterminds. I think I played
Yeah.
one of those with my. So that was all right. You can like make your own superpowers, and I made a guy who can like detach his dick and like beats people to death with it. So it's pretty
Nice, I guess. Sounds kind of edgy.
super edgy.
All right. Extra time. Have you been watching any seasonal anime?
Not recently.
Okay.
I've been
God
having
damn
a
it.
crazy work schedule lately.
Feels
Wage
bad.
cucking.
Wage cucking it.
Yeah,
It's like that
hopefully enough
Bizanachi video.
hopefully enough that I can quit eventually, and then just spend my life watching anime and shit posting on the internet.
Nice. You just got to build up more clout.
I have to acquire more clout.
Exactly. Eminem
Clout
is a
hard work.
meme 6 million dice. Mutants. Oh, you
Yeah.
mean? Oh, the game itself requires like 6 million dice to play. I've been hosting 5th edition, and that's like easy enough to run. But what I don't like about 5th edition is that like you really got to go overboard for the characters to ever be in any fucking danger. You really got to try hard.
Is TG right about 4E being the best edition?
4E?
Yeah.
Have I played 4E yet? I don't remember if maybe the first time I ran it was 4E. I thought I'd been running 5th edition. I don't recall. I think I've been only running 5th edition. When are you streaming D&D? Never. Well, at least not with my TeamSpeak buddies.
Streaming D&D sounds boring, honestly.
People like watching that
Don't
shit,
you know
though.
the Soy Father loves watching that?
There's
Or
Twitch
doing that and people
streamers who do
watching?
really well streaming D&D.
Fair enough.
Can't forget the Soy Father.
The Soy Father. God, that fucking cracks me up. Is that Joaquin was trying to... He went on V stream to Kvetch, and then he wanted to play D&D with V and Sargon. Just because it would make him relevant again. Like, that's desperation. That's what I fucking
He
call
really
it.
knows how to go for that clout.
Yeah. Host a fan D&D game? Actually, that sounds like a good idea. I might host a fan D&D one-shot.
That does sound fun.
I'd be
I'll
up
do
for
a
it.
little one-shot.
I'd do that. What do you play D&D on? Like Tabletop Sim or
Simulator,
something?
yeah.
Yeah, I have that. That's what I played Eminem on.
So it'll be whatever people own Tabletop Simulator.
Nice.
Did you hear the little awe at the end? Oh, yeah, that was like the most forced shit ever. Holy moly. Is Joaquin's show dead again? I think he gets a lot of viewers that came from the TRS, but whatever. Good for him. I'm honestly glad that he got his TRS hug box. That's what he should have. He should have fucked off and not shown up to Anon of the Week or BYBS or whatever the fuck. He should have just fucked off and had his little TRS stream from the start. But that would make too much sense.
He has a good audience. He gets like a consistent 420 viewers. So.
Dude, weed.
Dude, weed Lamau.
of
Wow.
Oh shit.
what's his stream called? Forget. Heel turn with 420 viewers. Pretty good screenshot.
Ankle sprain.
Where is that?
Ankle twist, rather. Well, I haven't watched any of it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I'm subscribed to him for some reason.
The fedora tipping summoned Leo to Discord. Oh shit.
Yeah, he's right here. He's ready to be.
Wow.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you guys were talking about fedora tipping. I just heard you guys were talking about ankle twist and how he's got huge numbers.
Well, relatively, yeah. Not.
I remind you
for YouTube,
that those numbers.
But
Yeah,
YouTube's like so irrelevant, really.
But it's not that. I just want to remind you, they're all from TRS.
Oh yeah,
It's like
that's what I said.
funnel.
I said it's
They
just
follow
a
it,
TRS stream, and I'm glad that Joaquin gets what he wanted, which is to have a Hugbox TRS stream. I'm just sad that he wasted everybody's time and effort with fucking pretending to be from 4chan like a faggot.
Basically, it's Enoch coattailers who just follow them over there.
Well, they can't get enough of the Daily Show, so they want their fix.
Well,
I'm still upset at myself.
Yeah.
I'm still upset with myself forever. I should have just gone on. I shouldn't have asked him to vet those sound clips, because I really, to this day,
it would have been
will never
hilarious.
know.
Yeah.
To this day, I'll never know how Enoch would have responded to those clips, but I
nobody will know.
had to
Someday
ask.
you will get a chance. Someday there's going to be a stream.
No,
Because
because
you'll
even
be
if
able to get on it, and Enoch will be there.
That's
no,
not
because
gonna
even
happen,
if one, that'll never happen, and two, even if it does, I guarantee you, Joaquin will know I'll bring it up. So if he hasn't already shown it to Enoch, Enoch will give some canned response. If I just kept my cards to my chest and just gone on and asked them about it, that would have been fine.
Yeah, why would
but
you be honest with like snaky people?
because I wanted the clips to play. I was afraid that if I went on and started playing it, then they would just start screaming over me or say, what does this have to do with anything? You're just being, all this stuff. And I wanted to say, can I ask Enoch this? And here, I'll even play this clip for you. And I sent it to him. And he said, listen, dude, you're trying to set up an ambush. And that's when I'm like, okay.
Ambush.
Great.
Yeah. You tell your enemy about the ambush. That's smart.
That's definitely what I would describe as ambush.
Yeah,
I was like, and you're going to ambush them.
And I'm maybe I don't know the definition of the word, but is a one-man ambush? Like, it's possible. It is there.
One person can ambush people, but I think telling the person what you're going to do makes it so it's impossible to be an ambush. So a very poor word choice.
It defeats the definition completely.
But yeah, I'm just sad about that. And he blocked me like the huge vagina that he is.
Oof.
But there's nothing more to that. And happy Sabbath, Jeffstony. Just wanted to make sure everyone is doing well in the sanctified.
It's the Sabbath, bro.
Yeah, dude. I want to make sure everyone's doing well in the sanctified time period.
It's my D&D day.
Doing very good.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Had a great day today.
Good. And tomorrow, keep remembering, keep doing well. I didn't know there was fedora tipping, but it may have inadvertently summoned me. I felt an impression on my heart from the Lord.
We did summon you. It did work.
There was quite a bit of fedora tipping going on. I was handing out some black pills, rather.
Oh, dude, you hand out black pills. I hand out green pills. Yeah, I was going to say the red pill joke.
Pills?
They're the dude. It's the green pill because it's above the red and blue dichotomy. It's like you get to truly understand the
green
spiritual.
The green pill is like environmentalism, though.
It lets
like,
you understand.
Yeah, well, the Bible
Jesuits.
is. Well, I was going to say the Bible does have environmentalist message, just not the cultish, world worshipping environmentalism you see in leftists,
and not the anti-human form of environmentalism that
right,
you see,
where they worship animals more than human life. The Bible clearly places human life above animals. However, if you read Revelation, it shows that God has a disdain or anger for man who has just raped the earth that he had created. And you see that with this form of mammon worship, where you're just destroying the earth for profit. That's very clearly described in the way Jesus says, I have an issue with those who eat things sacrificed to idols, which is something many people don't, it seems so antiquated. Like, what does that mean, right? It's very practical. It means something. You look at Monsanto or you look at Tyson, a lot of these companies, that's not the same thing as owning a family farm where you raise a cow and then you're like, okay, we got to eat. Then you kill the cow and you cook it and you eat it. It's not the same thing as these animal agriculture machination, like just these machines of death, ritual sacrifices of animals to mammon for profit. And then it's not even all consumed. It's just only for the explicit purpose of being sold.
What always amazes me is how this ancient knowledge, the Bible is so ancient, and how it still applies today. That's just
Right.
something that makes me really consider it.
This is coming from a guy who just tried to say that suicide is evolutionary tactic.
No, I have a weird view of the world, but I have a
So do
one
I.
that
So I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. I
I
think
have
there's
one
plenty
that
of
is
old
very-
writings that apply just because they're written by smart people, and human experience hasn't been very
Yeah.
varied if you really get down to it.
You don't
I
think
think-
human
no, I think there's,
experience
like,
has been
yeah.
varied?
There's constant.
Not to sound like Jordan Peterson.
I think
but
that's demonstrably false, just with the amount of information we are exposed to compared to what the apostles were exposed to in their day. Like the internet, just the concept of the data,
sure.
the images.
But if you
the
boil down,
words.
like if you, like,
You're still just existing.
There's
That's
fucking
constant.
gay furries who rape dogs. Well, basically, they're just degenerate sexual deviants. Like, it's not relevant information, and there's always been weird ass degenerate sexual deviants in every society.
So would you say that there's truth that transcends any time period?
Yeah, I would
Yes.
definitely say that. I think there's definitely truth that there's things that people have figured out at various points in history and various writings, notes, books.
Again, you're attributing it, unfortunately, you're attributing it to people have figured out.
Yeah.
I'm saying it doesn't matter if people had ever figured it out. It's still like if you want to go with the what's it called, the popular science notion that we were once cavemen and that we're all like idiots just going around, oh, I'm so dumb, worshiping the sun and fire. If you want to go with that idea, even then when we didn't have the ability to reason that this sexual degeneracy is wrong, it still was.
Well, yeah.
I can't say that's the case because it's just there's no bearing that document is metaphysically true. But I do know that beyond that it's not like true inherently at all times. It's just practically and very plainly true that it's not a practical or smart thing to do.
Well, something I always found interesting about you, Jeff Stinney, is how you talk on and on about practical truths.
Yeah.
And yet when we come to defining them, you say, oh, it's 99.99999% true, but it could be 0.0001% false. We can never know. We'll never understand. And hey, don't you know the whole, was it the Bosman brain thought experiment? The whole like,
brain, yeah.
the Boltzmann brain. I can't pronounce it, but it's like, oh, the expansion, the fluctuations in thermodynamics can create a brain. That's entirely a abstract thought experiment, not in any way practical. Yet that is what you resort to when it comes to fully conceding that an absolute truth can exist. That's not very practical. Do you know what I mean?
It's not practical, but it's equally true as any of the other truths because it's not. It just makes sense, right? Like we know things that we've observed, we've put them in a line, and then according to the things in the line, in the line of logic, the Boltzmann brain can exist, and and that's what I define as practical truths. You take any set of logical ideas, and you align them in our observation as people and like as groups of people in society and science and such, and we take that and then we have a thing that we can use practically. But for all we know, it could change, or it could be false, or we could be wrong. And that's just sort of the fallibility of human knowledge, and it's sort of just a reality of epistemology. And I accept that reality, and I accept the inability for humans to know things. And I know that seems infuriating, but I just...
It's not infuriating. I accept the fallibility of man, but I just understand from the collective practical experiences I've witnessed in history and the empirical evidence I've observed that there is truth that transcends the fallibility of man. That the fallibility of man just is only a way to represent it in its flawed state as best as we can, but it still exists independent of our understanding. Like to think of truth, we find new truth. how could we find truth if it doesn't exist? We just create it?
No, we observe it, and it's like it's still things are true in different levels, right? So like you'll replace someone will tell you a truism like what's like a stupid truism normies say?
What goes up must come down.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is a truism, but it's not useful, right? It's not particularly useful or interesting, or it doesn't say anything. But you could go back and read some Seneca, and then he can tell you that that time is scarce and valuable and irreplaceable. And that's a much more useful and practical truth to use. And I would also describe among that like empirical truths that let you do feats of engineering and technology that helps like living go along are also very practical and useful.
You're thinking of all these things that help you actualize what you already want. But religion is something kind of different from that. It kind of gives you a framework of wanting something, of striving for something.
Religion isn't different. It's just attributing a certain thing to being empirically true and scientifically true. So, like if the Bible, under Leo's saying, the Bible is scientifically true according to Leo. That's what I'm saying.
No, according to secular science, not popular science. And what I wanted to ask you is, am I understanding you correctly? Where I believe that we discover truth because it exists independent of human perception or human fallibility. We discover it and then we nail it down, even with our best attempts. You believe that knowledge or truth comes from man, like we created the truth, and then manipulating reality to prove it, we find the tenacity of a lot of the truths that we have quantified or established and the practicality of it. So ultimately, you believe the origin of truth is from man. I believe the origin of truth is independent of man, and that
I believe that no matter how complex or sure or repeated any of our experiments or our mathematics or our observations about the world or anything becomes, we just lack the capability as beings within a system to know if it's really true, because we can't observe from outside the system and truly know.
I just think it's
it's just an aspect.
That's just what we would call a constructivist in mathematics, right? Would you consider yourself a constructivist? It's basically you can't understand a mathematical something mathematical unless you can actually construct that object in your own mind. It must be understandable to the human mind for you be able to.
I guess roughly I would probably describe myself as that, because of the conversation we had earlier in the stream, that I feel like math is just a reflection of reality anyways.
Sure. But there are certain axioms in mathematics that, for example, proof by contradiction is not constructivism, because you can prove that something doesn't exist, but in that proof by contradiction, you can't actually understand what that thing that doesn't exist is instead, if that makes any sense. If you were a true constructivist, you'd reject any proof by contradiction. You would have to be able to prove everything in a way that is mentally understandable, which would eliminate some of the
things can be true. I'm not a constructivist in that sense. I'm a constructivist in the sense I believe all mathematics is simply a reflection of reality, and if there's some aspect of reality within mathematics in the arrangement of categories that we can't fully understand or conceptualize by itself, then that doesn't make it somehow like illogical, or doesn't make mathematics just a sort of a reflection of differentiation in our reality and universe.
So if a mathematical proposition seemed to just always work, even though we can't visualize
because
why
it
it
change.
Works in our head.
That's the big thing. It's not that it's like not true. It's that the truth can change. Technically, it's not. It's very unlikely. And
there are some truths that just don't change, though, as far as we know.
As far as we know, but we've been alive for what? Like humanity's been around for not long.
Therefore, we should assume that they don't change, because
why?
Yeah. Well, it's a practical assumption. You're right, but it's not a true assumption. It's a practical assumption to assume they don't change. But for
But
all
they
you know,
whatever we
like the
act
speed
on.
of like if there is some sort of like deity or creator, they could change the speed of light constant. They could change it like tomorrow. Tomorrow we could wake up and the speed of light constant could be different. And that is also an aspect of reality, and that's why you can't know things for sure.
Well, to fit it into my model, the truth is unchanging. It's an absolute unchanging truth. And what you're describing that changes is our understanding of it, because science is a self-corrective process. New evidence.
No, I'm saying that fundamental aspect of reality that we observe would actually physically change. And then it would no longer be true.
There are certain things that are immutable in the Bible.
There?
For example, yes, there are.
In the Bible.
For example, well, to give an example is the law, the 10 Commandments. You realize if God could just change the 10 Commandments, there would be no reason for him to sacrifice his son. Because then he could just say like, oh, wow, humanity has sinned. Okay, great. I still love humanity. So let me just change the 10 Commandments and make it that, you can just do like whatever you want, man. Then great. There'd be no need for a sacrifice, no need for a spotless, perfect life to take the punishment that all of mankind deserved. But he couldn't do that because it's immutable. It's unchanging. It is a eternal law that comes from the Logos. So yes, there's the concept of immutability and these eternal truths that is practically applied in the Gospels and in our lives, not just in religious texts.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like once again, when you relate these sorts of, you sound almost like I hate to say it, but it's like Peterson posting to me. That's what it comes into my ear as. And it's like, oh, you're relating to me this story about this archetype from this.
Yeah, I know. And if I was using the Quran, if I said, oh, did you know in the Quran, Allah does this, it doesn't mean anything
truth
to
in
you.
the Quran, it means nothing to me.
It doesn't mean nothing to you. I understand. Or if I, was quoting from the Book of Mormon or Dianetics for Scientology, it means nothing to you. So I'm trying to say, if you use the concept of God being omnipotent, I'm trying to say that some things, by his omnipotence,
of course, if there's
change.
an omnipotent God, there would also be absolute truth.
Okay, and you reject that. So,
but
yeah, I guess it's just a fundamental difference.
Yeah, that it comes back down to that same discussion we had. If I thought there's an omnipotent God, I would simultaneously believe that there was absolute truth, and it was absolutely true we had no free will. Those are the two things I would. If I believed in God, that's what I would also believe.
And all I'm saying is for someone who touts practicality so much, I find your conception of truth very impractical.
Well, I don't. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't have to.
Free will pretty much it does, whether you have it or not, has no effect on actual behavior. The only thing that affects your behavior is whether you believe in free will or not. But if you actually didn't have free will, or if you did have free will, actual behavior would be totally unchanged.
That makes no sense, because if you can believe in free will or not believe in free will,
well,
then
you're saying determinism, right?
Well, determinism and not knowing the future are indistinguishable from each other, or like free will and not knowing the future of a deterministic universe are indistinguishable from each other.
If you don't, no, that's just saying that you can't know whether or not
you don't know what your next action is going to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean.
Well, no, but you're just saying that you can't know whether free will is effective or not. It's not. You're not saying that's like some sort of immutable reality that determinism is true.
Well, ultimately, an action comes from somewhere, whether it comes from our universe or it comes from the free will, whatever. It doesn't really change the fact that the action happened and that it is part of a system of essentially particles moving around in the universe. It doesn't change that at all, and it still looks like determinism, no matter how you view it.
I disagree with that. I think there's it comes back down to consciousness and cognition, that there's aspects of discussion, of cognition, of reaction, action, logic, creating unique ideas, the sort of the infinitely expanding language, for one, is another axiom. Like the sheer breadth and infinity of the mind sort of precludes that it's some sort of determined ball game. Because it's literally an infinite set. Your mind is an infinite set.
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by the mind being an infinite set. Like, you mean there can be infinite thoughts?
Yes. So
okay.
because you're working in an infinite set, you're not determined mathematically.
You can have functions that are perfectly described, and a function is basically
that is
determined.
Fucking mega
you
IQ.
can have something like the sum of an infinite set,
but not truly, right? Because if at any point among your ball run game of deterministic life that you're somehow influencing the ball going left or right or in certain directions, then you're moving along this infinite set as you will, as per free will.
You're moving along the infinite set, but the pathway is defined by
your environment, of course, but
yeah, the pathway is defined by something finite because we know we have a finite environment and a finite mind to observe that finite
infinite
environment.
Mind. The mind is actually infinite.
No, I meant finite spatially, like in the actual universe. But so it is infinite in a sense of
we're restrained by the fact that we're physical beings in a material universe, but that doesn't make it deterministic. Like the
one thing that doesn't make it infinite is time. Time is the
but also like the set of actions you can take even within being a material being now is so also huge that it's like bordering infinite, that you can't be, it's not determinable, because you can have infinite rationales for taking this near infinite number of actions.
Yes, you actually can have an infinite number of rationales to take any action, but I don't think that changes the fact that there is a true rationale that takes a actual action, and that true rationale is finite in a sense and will follow a specific.
No, there's no true rationale. There's only your rationale.
Yeah, that's what I meant by true. I meant true in the sense of observable and.
But no, you have a rationale.
Yes, I agree.
And that's your free will.
Your rationale is finite.
It's not determined. It's you. Like to say it's determined is very.
It's determined, but we just don't know the function. The function is whatever you are.
But then we get back to another heuristic problem. You could say that an undetermined, if you can't determine the underlying deterministic heuristics, then it is actually indistinguishable from free will, and then you might as well act like you have free will anyways.
Yes, absolutely. That's kind of the point I originally was trying to make. But it doesn't make a difference whether it's determined or not.
But yeah, so it's pointless to talk about. Just like all metaphysics, like I said earlier.
I've been trying to get to the point. I've probably made it poorly, but I'm trying to say that free will is really a pointless concept to even be concerned about. But so many people are that you kind of have to discuss it.
Do you not? I don't understand this whole people don't have free will. You obviously have free will, do you not? Like, I have free will. I know I do.
You feel like you do because you can't predict the future.
No, but that's bullshit.
You can't predict what your next action is going to be because of the.
That's it's so dumb. I don't understand this meme. Oh, you only think you have free will. Well, if I'm able to think I have free will, don't I have free will?
Well, some people can think they can fly, and then they try to fly.
But they can't fly, though.
Yeah, but do you have free will? There's no proof of it. That's the thing.
Okay, so I can prove right now. I'm gonna say, look, I'm gonna pick up this thing that's on my desk, and then I pick it up. That's free will, right?
Sure, that you can predict some actions you're gonna take ahead of time, but you can't predict random ideas that are what you can't predict what the next thing you're going to be thinking. You can't predict what you're going to be thinking this time tomorrow. Really,
the biggest problem with determinism is how it just all logic collapses, because the central, if you will, the central measurement of logic is the truth claim, true or false, and that's how building blocks of logic are truth claims. If you believe that everything is deterministic, there is only true. There is no false. There's no way you can have
if you have the model of everything. However, if you distinguish between things,
well, if you believe in that we could exist in a deterministic universe, and you believe that the model of everything would exist, and since it exists in some form, somewhere, in some way, either as some sort of theoretical, graphable thing, then it is determined, and there is nothing but false. And there is no false. There's only true, as Leo said.
There is false only within our minds.
And in logic, what's it called? The tautology, where it's like all the claims are true. It's true because it's true, which is what I always feel. It's like you don't have free will because you don't have free will. Like it's just this self-referential truth that people think they're really epically owning you with some sick logic epic style.
That's pretty much what I was trying to say, but you said it better than me. I think it's a
Can logic prove itself?
Like saying that you have
logic,
free will is
you can just argue logic's a linguistic construct anyway.
Yeah. No, I always hated that argument where they say logic isn't real because you can't prove logic.
Well, that's just like being realistic. It's like you know that logic is real. You're just saying it's not because you want to pwn people, whatever.
It's pedantic. Same thing
with free will.
To go back to the truth question, and you're saying my version of truth is impractical. I would disagree because it's not like I walk out my door and then I'm fearing gravity suddenly turning off. I don't become paranoid that suddenly that this practical truth will change. I just accept it in my reality that it's like only at 99 to the quadrillionth 9 percentile that it will not change. But I don't take it as true.
But then you need to put asterisks around all of your truth claims.
I do.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying here,
it's not ridiculous. It's just
you're saying you don't believe something's true, but you still act as if it is true. So then, ultimately, because those thoughts in your mind say that it's not true. Are just
it's not saying that it's not true. It's saying I'm just accepting.
Why not just believe it's true then?
No, I'm simply internalizing.
What are we doing here?
Let me tell you something. I'm just saying that I'm internalizing the epistemological fact that you can't know facts, that you can't know truisms. And that's all it is. It doesn't affect my life. It doesn't affect what I believe, really. It just affects, it's sort of like another layer of reality that is real that I accept. That's it.
Destiny is repeating the aphorism from Socrates. He knows that he does not know. That's why.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid. I think
whatever your decisions are what your real truths.
We can't really know anything, so how do you know anything, dude? Fuck off.
What you actually do in life is what you believe.
I think, therefore I am. That's all you know.
Yeah, but you have free will, though.
Yeah, and practically observed, we have free will. We live in a material environment. These things are virtuous. These things are not, et cetera, et cetera.
The only way you can say, really, that you don't have free will is if you believe that, like, every single thought you have is, like, predetermined, which is fucking insane and ridiculous and stupid.
Yeah, I believe in free will.
Yeah, so do I.
I believe that you can predict what some people's thoughts will be better than they can predict it, and therefore...
Fuck off, dude. What do you even say? I don't think that's true.
No, seriously, you can predict what somebody's going to be thinking ahead of them actually thinking it.
That doesn't mean they don't have free will. That just means that they have a predictable.
Yeah, and if they're predictable, that means they're determined.
No, it doesn't. It just means that they're fucking predictable, dude. That's an extreme logical leap to say that, like, just because some people are stupid and predictable that they don't have free will. It's insane.
I'm not necessarily claiming they don't have free will at this point. I'm just saying, what's the difference between being able to predict something and that thing being determined?
Dude, you're Varg posting right now. Hold on. Hold on.
No, seriously, it's a serious question that I consider.
This is a literal Varg post.
No, I don't know the answer to this question.
Hold on. Let me show you something, dude, because you're literally just spouting Varg right now.
I haven't seen Varg in a while, so I have no idea.
This is a literal Varg
post. Things are heating up.
Look in the chat. I'm just saying.
I'll watch it in a bit, but
that's Blood Sports Week.
It says, like, he predicts this guy's going to respond to, like, the stimuli that he presents to him, and then he says, like, look, because I just predicted that means you're, like, predetermined.
It doesn't necessarily mean you're predetermined, but it's a very good indication that you are.
Why?
It's not a good indication at all. It's not even an indication.
That's what I'm saying. On what basis?
It indicates actual nothing, though.
You predict... Okay, Destiny. So let's say we have observed that the Earth orbits the Sun.
Before you finish this, I'll give you a time. I'm stupid.
What's that? I didn't hear.
Before you, like, finish your thought, you can say that, like, in reality, you might as well not have free will if you're predictable, but you still do. Like, and you still do have it. Like, you can say, if I can predict everything you're going to do, then you might as well not have free will.
Let's say the Earth as a planet has free will to move wherever it wants in the solar system.
Sure.
And we observe that it continually does this elliptical orbit, and we can then predict. And we make all these models on why it does it, but we don't really know for certain how gravity works or anything like that. We just get more and more accurate.
Yeah, that's an apples oranges non-model argument.
How is that any different?
It's completely different. Consciousness is infinite. We've discussed this already. Consciousness is infinite. Decisions are based out of consciousness. Therefore,
let's just say for the sake of argument that this thing that moves in a circle is a mind. It's not, though. So whatever. Yeah. Fuck off. Period. Honestly,
they're both things that exist in the universe and follow the same physical laws.
That's not true. Consciousness doesn't follow physical laws. Consciousness is infinite. The amount of reasons people can come up with to make any given decision is literally infinite. And therefore, if you were to try to predict what a person's not their decision, you can predict their decisions because it's taking place in the physical world, but you can't predict their rationale. And so their rationale is completely up to them, and it's infinite. And that is free will. And you might say, I was able to predict what they were going to do in this limited set of physical actions because they're common, but that's not, they still have free will in their rational infinite mind, and you can't do anything about it.
So basically you're saying there are some aspects of a person that may be considered determined, but other aspects that are not determined.
Oh my God.
No, I'd say...
Or are you saying the entire thing is completely undetermined and there's no way to ever predict anything in the future?
No, there's no way to predict the behavior of any person. Otherwise, economics would have already solved. We've already be living in like a perfect Orwellian, economically decided society if it was possible to predict human behavior perfectly. It's not. It never is.
Also, if you're able to predict somebody else, if you're able to predict somebody else's thoughts, does that mean that you have free will and they don't?
No, absolutely not. Because, well, it depends on. If others can predict your own, but that gets into some territory.
That's like fractal, though, because then what if somebody predicts that you can predict them, and then they can predict that they can predict?
But it's literally irrelevant because you can't actually see into someone's infinite mind, and they could have any number of rationales that you can't understand, and that is what's driving their action.
Absolutely. There's no single person can predict any other single person on everything that they're going to do. But
or the reasons of why they do it. That's the
artificial intelligence, enough training data, and
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the important distinction is you don't know their rationale, and the rationale is what's driving their actions, and the rationale is part of an infinite set. Now you might say people can have predictable rationales, and I'm sure they do, but it's not in the sense determined because they can have any number. They are free to do what they wish in terms of rationale and then driving their actions.
So I've got one question to ask you on this. Is there any evidence that you could possibly see in the universe that would change your mind on free will?
No, it's just it's like part of mathematics. The mind is infinite, ergo free will exists.
Okay, so
oh man.
What if I were to find a way to show you in mathematics that just because you have an infinite number of things, then it doesn't necessarily mean there's an undetermined result?
I don't even buy into the fact that you can even quantify consciousness with mathematics, so I think that's a dumb argument anyway.
Well, statistics in infinite sets is like a fucking meme study. It doesn't even work. Look, I studied that, and it's fucking stupid.
Sure,
and it's retarded.
Infinite sets are terrible.
You can't do statistics in infinite sets.
But there are. For example,
you can't do predictions in
algorithms. Let's just talk about algorithms, things that aren't already defined as infinite sets, but things that are procedurally generated. These things are determined. Let's get super autistic. Let's talk about something that we all know, Minecraft, right? It's a procedurally generated world with a finite algorithm that does it. There's an infinite amount of terrain or whatever that can be generated, but depending on what the seed is, it's totally predictable and determined.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with the infinite mind.
The conscious mind is not a fucking mind.
There's no sets. There's no such thing as a set in the mind.
It's not really a set, but what I'm basically saying is it's not even a set. There isn't a set in the algorithm that generates terrain in Minecraft. It is just something that procedurally happens. based upon a finite.
Yeah, but that's fucking Minecraft.
Structure.
It's not the set.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck are you talking about? The mind is not a fucking Minecraft seed. The mind created Minecraft seeding as a fucking concept to begin with. I don't understand.
I'm just using it as an example of procedural.
But it's not. But it's not a coherent
Now,
example.
you might argue that there's some sort of determined set of thoughts according to. That's the thing, right? Is so you're trying to argue that there's like based off of the physical mind existing and then genetics and such. There's some sort of limit or set or predetermination to what rationale people take, but it's not true just because of the sheer complexity and literal infinite nature of thinking. Like I could start thinking in a different, I could start thinking in exponentially more languages for every letter I speak, into like infinite recursive sets, into like complete fucking Babel knowledge. Now, people don't do that because it's like, why would you do that? But they could all start doing that.
Could do that.
And that means you have free will.
I don't think so, because...
Yes, it does.
It's funny how you're going to, like, it's funny, like, this whole... It's
like,
actually,
literally, just to prove you wrong, I could literally just start living my entire life talking in like, fucking random invented languages and tongues that are exponential.
Please don't do that.
Yeah, I can start talking in random invented tongues and languages that are exponential just to prove that I have free will.
It's funny to listen to a man argue, I don't have free will. Here's why I don't have free will. And then he uses his free will to create arguments about why he doesn't have free will. It's fucking insane, dude. What are you kidding me? This is fun.
You determined for yourself to do that. What I'll call it an algorithm.
No, I generated that rationale from my infinite mind.
And what led you to generate that rationale?
Your mom.
Trace it back. It was whatever the state of your mind is.
No,
now.
I was taking your logical chain. I was picking from the little infinite set, and I was generating an example per my preferences and choices that I've trained over life. That I've also habits I've also leaned towards over life, and then have trained that can discard and change at any point. So there's so many aspects that you can build and change within yourself that also give you free will. It's
just because a base of code. I don't like bring it back to programming metaphors because the brain really isn't a computer, but it is close enough for this argument. Just because you have a program that can modify its own code, it doesn't mean it's not determined. Because if you start with the same program that modifies its own code.
Okay, Exigent, I have a question for you.
Because you could create, I can see that, but that's not the mind.
All right, well, Exigent, I have a question for you. It seems as though we're discussing this from a binary perspective. Either you have free will or you don't. Would you believe in a gradient of free will?
I do think that would be
varying degrees of free will.
Yes, because we have varying degrees of how well we can predict things, and there's some things that are unpredictable to us and other people, and those things in other people might be where free will exists. Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen a total prediction of a human yet. So,
but child, your mind can experience an infinite set of combinations of things. So because of that, you can choose any set from that yourself, which gives you free will.
Yes, but that is all based upon the state of the mind as it grows.
And your state of the mind as it grows can be influenced by yourself and curated by your own conscious
but that's
meditation.
The same as going back to the self-modifying code example. The original state of the code can modify itself and become new code that runs.
But you talk about people can like turn into complete fucking crazy fucks at any point.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Sorry, did I give you that?
It's not determined. Like they can decide that.
They're the action of decision, although it feels like you're doing something, does not necessarily mean it's not determined.
It's not being determined by anything. It can be completely on a whim. Like, do you not do things on a whim?
But where does a whim come from? From within the structures of the mind.
Well, Exigentum, I think you're contradicting yourself, because you just told me you agreed with the concept of a gradient of free will and varying degrees of free will.
I do. I'm explaining.
So there's a certain amount that is free will. It's not binary. So therefore,
where I believe that comes from is certain aspects of randomness in the universe that kind of percolate upwards.
Then that's not free will. That's randomness.
That is, well, I think there's
that's
no
not
difference
free
between
will.
randomness.
That's
There's no difference
completely
between
determined.
randomness and free will.
The
If it's unpredictable, it's
then don't say that you believe in a gradient of free will. Just say you believe in just determinism and randomness, because
well, I define free
randomness
will as
randomness is not
unpredictability.
right, but randomness is not free will. That randomness is still a.
I don't see how that concept is working at all. Like, because
What are you saying?
the only way that I can see free will is as a form of unpredictability.
Yeah,
No,
that's
because
ridiculous.
okay, hold on. Free will would be okay. So say your mind is like complete randomness, and then your free will would be the choosing something from that randomness to act out. That's what it is. Like you're not just you have like a filter that is like yourself. That's your free will.
There is no single act of choice in life.
Yes, there is.
No,
yes, there is. Every time you do
decisions
something,
are
you're making an act of choice.
Decisions are a constant, just flow of action. There's a constant
That's
flow
like
of
your
action.
opinion, man. Honestly, fuck off.
Like you're constantly breathing, your heart constantly beating, you are constantly having neurons fire in your mind.
Those
and
are low-tier
there is
processes. Those aren't conscious decisions. You're doing that
okay,
just
are you
because you have
talking
to
about
do that.
things?
Exit
Are you talking about
Destiny.
self-speech here?
Yeah.
Destiny, I just want you to know this is what happens when you fully immerse yourself in materialism.
But you let people
This
fedora
is-
tip too hard. Well, that's why I'm saying
I need you to realize that this is the end game of materialism is determinism.
Is saying
Oh, I
Because
don't
when
consider
all
myself
my
a
hand right
materialist
now.
at all. Because here's where I differ. I believe that there is things in the material world. I believe the material world shapes itself to something higher.
Oh,
Well, you just
what-
used
What are you
evidence.
fucking Diogenes
Well,
here? What's going on?
If I may just reiterate what you said, Exigent Time, use the beating heart as evidence that free will doesn't exist. You're saying that these autosympathetic muscle reactions that are just occurring, that's proof that free will doesn't exist. And this is what happens when you're stuck in a materialistic mindset.
I
There you
use
go.
that as an example because it is part of what everybody would consider a person.
Well,
but it
you're
is-
like the type you really like, and you're cool. I'm just kind of mad at this point because
Oh, be mad. I'd like to hear it.
Get black pill.
but like you use, and it's actually like a logical fallacy to use examples that don't actually correlate to your actual argument. Like you use these abstract examples
It's
that
true.
aren't
You should
actually
be
good
talking more
examples.
closely to the actual ontological
I-
realities.
I'm
I'm
seeing
an
them as
abstract
they're like the
guy.
first examples that come to mind.
Okay.
Sorry, if
They're
it's
not logical examples. Like you use examples that don't even correlate to the argument. So it's kind of
they correlate to the argument.
No,
at
they
least the way that
Minecraft seed correlating a Minecraft seed to the concept of free will is not logically sound. It's
A
fucking retarded.
Minecraft
I
seed?
could
Did I
see-
miss that?
Yeah, you did.
You might have
I
missed
was
that one.
away. Oh no.
He was saying
Yeah,
that like
that
your
was a
thoughts
very
are
autistic
determined
thing.
Don't get
in
me
the same
wrong,
way
dude.
because
I'm
it's
fucking
like
retarded
a
too.
Minecraft
So it's
seed
not-
that's determining your thoughts as you move along through life. Just like you can walk through the infinite Minecraft world determined by a seed. But I don't think
Well,
that's the case because.
Well, I did want to say in artificial intelligence, there are Bayesian probability networks. So you have these nodes, decision trees,
Yeah.
and the nodes represent actions, and the branches are the states, or rather, the branches are the actions, and the nodes are the states after the actions. Now, those actions can have probabilities assigned to them, like you're more likely to choose a particular path depending on various conditional variables, right? That's still not how the human sentience works. That's not
because mind created those things, which
it is an
another-
over right.
Yeah.
But to give you, I'm just speaking accident time. That is an oversimplification of human consciousness. Because if what you're saying is true, that that's all consciousness is, then we already have created the perfect AI. They're just simple decision trees with Bayesian statistics applied, like Bayesian probability applied. That's not it. It's just not. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Like
I
the
think that-
thing extra time that you need to get at is that you're trying to say that we could have models that statistically predict people perfectly if we had more information, but I don't think that's how statistics work. Because when you start dealing with sets this large, it breaks down, and if you really start hitting at human rationale behavior and trying to predict them, it breaks down. Like this is why economics does not predict human behavior. It only approximates it very roughly because we have no fucking clue what goes through a person's mind when they walk down the aisle and they buy a box of Oreos? Like, we have no fucking clue. And we can never know. It's impossible, and it will always be impossible. It is literally impossible.
It will always be an approximation. I do agree with that.
Yeah, you can never pin down a person's rationale because they could be doing the action for something that you would have never even thought of. Like you said, you can never understand why somebody's buying Oreos. They could be buying Oreos because they think aliens are watching them and they want to buy the Oreos to throw them off their trail or some shit. Like, you can never know. So I think free will is inherently true. I don't know how you could not believe in free will and then make that argument using your free will. It's pretty funny.
You can't wait for the Chow training montage. What is he trying to train up to?
I mean, I can write a computer program that says, I have free will over and over, or I don't have free will over and over. And there you go.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you are just a computer program, that's basically that. If you didn't have free will, that basically would be what you are.
Yeah, and to give you to go deeper with your analogy, if you wrote a program that just printed out, you'd only be seeing the black box result saying I have free will. But underneath, since we have access to but because we have access to the source code, it's a white box analysis, and we say no, it doesn't actually have free will.
Right.
It's just simply a repeating program. We don't have access to the to the source code of humanity, and to say that I do know for a fact it's deterministic is to take a leap of faith.
I do know some things appear to be deterministic just based upon observation, but other things I can't say, or whether
that's
or not
that's still black box observations.
That's
still black box observation. So it's
not
which is why the analogy you gave was invalid to our practical
it's taking the leap to assume that because determinism happens somewhere, that has to happen everywhere.
I see where the confusion.
And also, you could prove it wrong. You could say that people are deterministic because they follow this cycle day to day, but then I could just fucking say fuck you and go like live in a cave or something, dude. Like
what I didn't explain in my previous examples was that I'm assuming that you don't have access to the source code of why these programs work. They're just mystical outputs on a box that you don't know why they work. And if that were the case, then the analogy might be a little closer.
I don't know.
Well, either way, yeah, we don't have access.
God forgot to beta test Earth.
I think there's no reason to assume that that just because determinism occurs in the physical world, that it occurs anywhere in the conscious. And I just see no fruitfulness coming from even entertaining the thought, because it's one will never have we will never have the technology to actively predict human brain rationales. I don't think. I think it will literally be impossible. Like it's basically like super infinite quantum thinking.
And that, Jeff, is why I don't believe we'll ever have true sentient AI. Because in programming, you can only create a model or a set of an algorithm or a set of sequence steps if you understand it. And we cannot understand the immaterial. We cannot fully comprehend the breadth of life, and we never will. Right? We can approximate, and that's what we have already done. And it's just that it never comes close. And it's hilarious because if you really wanted to fully capture human sentience in the machine, you would have to program irrationality. You'd have to do it. And even they've tried. It's just an approximation. It's nowhere near as real as we have it. But there's the illusion of reality because now we have access to so much data, live data, which comes from sentient, free-willed human beings. So they take that and use that into some of their predetermined algorithms. People think, wow, it's a living machine. It's asking questions like, what do I dream and stuff like that. When in reality, it's just taking what people have already
just because that the set of common human behavior is very statistically predictable and easy because of how people are molded and how they don't really function on a higher level does not mean that they fundamentally don't have the capability for free will. They have it, they just don't use it.
Well, it's definitely possible for irrationality to emerge from an AI that is programmed. It just has to act in a way that doesn't align with.
But that's actually not true, because the irrationality that you're describing was just faulty code. Like programs do exactly what they are told to do.
They do exactly what they're told.
So what you perceive as irrationality is actually just faulty programming or bad input. Like it was designed that way. They do exactly what you tell them to do.
Well, let's say you have a program yeah, it would be bad. The way that I'm seeing it is probably bad input, but I think humans act irrationally due to bad input, and maybe not necessarily faulty code. I think there isn't really a way to say that in too strong of a degree, but mostly I think people act irrationally just because they don't understand what they're doing won't align with what they want.
I guess.
But yeah, I just think if we lived in a deterministic reality, then we'd be able to very easily simulate intelligent systems to match human behavior, and we haven't even come close. Like the
amount of neurons in a brain kind of aren't even the amount of matrix multiplications you'd have to do to simulate that on, say, something like a neural network is bigger than most of the GPUs in the world right now.
Right, but I'm saying even if we did, that still wouldn't be enough. Because if you could crunch the matrix math that goes into, say, reaching out your arm, or thinking about perceiving the data that comes in through your optic nerve to see, this is a chair, that still won't be enough, because it'll be a bunch of predetermined algorithms that is processing that visual data and moving it, categorizing it through a neural network. That's still not what happens in the human brain. That's an approximation of what happens in the human brain.
Yeah, it is an approximation, absolutely.
So it's still not, even if you had all of the processing power in the world.
Any computation that models reality is an approximation ultimately, because nothing is modeling things at the quantum level or below that.
You realize the first time a chess master lost to AI was in 1996. Gary Kasparov lost to IBM's Deep Blue. And you have to understand the algorithms that went into that.
But chess is a pretty small set.
Exactly. Yeah. Even that is small. But it required these massive game trees because of how quickly these trees blow up with the number of decisions that are available.
But that algorithm wasn't solving chess in the way that human solves chess either.
Exactly. That's the point. But it still beat Gary Kasparov. And so you might say, it's so much more intelligent than man. But it's not, because the human mind, it mixes logic with heuristics and just a bunch of things that we can't possibly understand. But
what do you think about the Go results? Where
because Go is an unsolved problem as of right now. That's like the gold standard of AI right now. If you can solve Go, oh man, you're gonna.
Wow, you've recreated a sentient being algorithm.
Right, but the way to actually beat Go, you can't. The only way you can solve it is by the same type of heuristics that a human would take.
The thing is, it still isn't what a human would do, though. Because again, you'd just be representing the game state in nodes in these massive petabytes of data in terms of tree size. It's just ridiculous.
The weird thing was when AlphaGo apparently made moves that none of the professional Go players would think would be beneficial, but was effective down the line. You're right about that. It's not solving it at all in the way that humans do it, because the humans didn't understand why it was making some of the moves it made.
We also don't have the bandwidth to even comprehend how that move that they made be better.
And then we're trying to, if fucking simulating Go takes petabytes, simulating an actual sentience would take fucking planets worth of processing power.
Which is so ridiculous. I mean, there's alpha beta pruning, so you can reduce the size of your tree once you get to a more advantageous branch. But still, it's so much data for something like Go. It's like something so simple.
To simulate one human, you'd need like a fucking planet-sized computer. Is what I'm thinking. It's probably going to end up turning out to be. And Kurzweil was full of shit.
He absolutely is.
Yeah.
And you have to understand, this isn't new. I'm trying to think. Was it the? I wish I had it off the top of my head, but they had the this automata, the chess master. Like it's from like the 1800s or something. They had like the chess master automata that would be
really a person.
Yeah, it was just a person hiding underneath. But everyone's like, "Oh wow, how did they do that? What's going on?" Like it's the same stuff hundreds of years later. People are saying AI is going to be like it's like no, it won't. It will not. Like you just
AI will have narrow application. I don't think it will have the total discretion that apparently that we see in humans. The creativity and
Well, because protege, I have, or rather exigenta, because I have transcended the materialist paradigm, and I understand its use, but understand it's limited. I observe that life comes from life, and because computer programs are just algorithms manipulating zeros and ones, electrons, elements of reality, it is not coming from life. It is manipulating matter. Therefore, it will never have the same sentience that comes from life. Life from life. It's not life from life. It's matter being moved according to these predetermined algorithms, no matter how fancy it may look because of the data set it's fed in, no matter how dynamic it might look because of the data that's generated from people's live tweets and stuff. It's still not the same thing. Sorry.
I would have to agree with Leah here that the mind is somewhat unique in its infinite set and occurrence.
And I
natural
don't disagree with that at all. I actually do agree that the mind is very unique, and
thank you, Grim Reality, the mechanical Turk. Thank you. I know.
Yeah, that's what it was. The mechanical Turk. I don't know for a fact whether or not the mind can or cannot be simulated. I guess you could call me a AI agnostic, but that's where it comes into free will as well. Then I guess I'd be agnostic on free will, but I'm not agnostic on all things. That's just where I believe some of my materialism comes into it, but I'm not totally a materialist. I believe that the things that the mind and the things that we do, our actions in life, we have an awareness of them, and that awareness itself is something that comes from outside of this universe. And
well, the thing is, if you're not fully a materialist, why do you use materialist proofs to? If you're not fully a materialist,
because I know the materialist proofs work for the most part.
Okay, then for something immaterial like the breath of life or the free will of an individual, why would you resort only to materialistic proofs to prove that? Because
you don't make a mathematical by using multiple different methods. You just use one method. You do proof by induction or proof by contradiction. You don't do both.
Because these kind of, how do I say, immaterial questions, it can't only be proven using materialism. Like it goes into the realm of philosophy.
Is a material object, but I think it is its structure and formulation has generated free will.
Here's where I think
it is an object with free will.
There is basically two options which I see free will can come from. One is random thermodynamic processes, but I think a lot of us disagree that randomness can be equated to free will.
That's
but
rough.
The other way I see it is that there is something that is higher that is all around us, and it is accessible if you reach for it, but it's not there. But it's really abstract the way that I can put it. But there is something that I think everybody.
You believe in the Force or some shit?
Pantheism, gross, disgusting. Get your pantheistic garbage out of here.
May the Force be with you.
Yeah, this is dumb.
I wouldn't call it pantheism. I believe that it maybe be one. It could be a single entity. I don't know what it is, but I feel that there are certain actions that if I take them.
I like Time, but I don't know why like you and like Diogenes and Joachim, like why do people who fedora tip, why do they got to resort to these things? Why can't you accept that like
I agree.
There's no higher power?
Because
he did too much fucking intellectual drugs and he saw God and shit. It's fucking gay bullshit, dude. Fuck off.
Oh, dude, there's some force outside of this universe. That's
no.
But he won't call it God though. But he won't call it God. Pick one, faggot. Honestly.
Sure, it's God. Yeah,
because this is annoying. This is the most normie tier hippie bullshit. Either you believe in God or you don't. Either you believe in free will or you don't.
There is something. I don't know what it is because it doesn't.
Fuck you.
It doesn't seem like God to me, but it might be God.
There's something that's greater than us, but I won't call it God because
I would absolutely be willing to accept it was God, but every time I try to believe that, I find it very hard to believe that. If that makes sense, I'd want to believe in that.
Stop taking drugs.
Well, that's the problem. Well, that's my biggest problem with a lot of atheists, for people who claim to be so independent of emotions. They say, I just don't like God. Like just
I
the
agree,
idea of it
Leo.
seems it feels.
Dude,
It's not that I
dumb.
don't like it. I actually really do like it. I just don't
They
know
said
what
it
I'd call
it
it.
feels wrong. Like
It's
this
not.
whole
It's not.
idea.
It doesn't seem to correspond to what other people call God, but it's something that I would think is immaterial.
Because I remember Jeff's, yeah, you're doing the same thing. You're saying like, why would this desert cult, ancient writings, why would that have anything? Why wouldn't it be? Just because it feels wrong? That doesn't mean anything.
No,
Like,
it's because
it's
it's
mathematics. A lot of
geographically
the concept of
localized,
zero.
and because
Well,
there's
the
been so many
concept of zero
stories.
came from the concept of zero came from the Middle East. Are you going to say, well, I don't really
No,
like
it's
that?
got nothing to do with that. It's not from being specifically the Middle East. It's that it seems anthropomorphic. It seems completely anthropomorphic in source, like many other stories
But
throughout history.
I know it's so what I say won't mean anything to you because it's just self-referential truth.
Yeah.
But it's like you have to understand that's the point. We were made in the image of God,
yeah,
so the
you got
truths
it.
being
I see what you mean.
anthropomorphic.
In the story, it also
is-
says that it's going to be some dinky ass little part of history that nobody's going to take seriously, and nobody's going to follow it, and they're going to all distort it, and there'll only be a very small amount of people who know about it or even take on the Son of God and such. I get it. But that's just more of the formulation designed to enforce faith.
Well, it's very funny because it's quite Cartesian, actually, like the definition of man and woman, how it's like the woman was made for the man and the man is not of the woman. So the man was not made for the woman, but the woman of the man. And it just gives these practical definitions of how man was made in the image of God. And if all creation, right, the book of nature, if you will, have remnants of God's character, is not man the most profound revelation of God's character? And sin is the great perversion of God's character. And we got to see a preview of what perfection was in his son and in Adam before he fell. Before he fell, he had the Holy Spirit. Like that was human perfection, but he abused his free will.
Chow, how am I justifying God ontologically? You've been saying that for a bit, but I don't. For extra time, God is something he tries to explain, something he identifies with. Interesting. But how was I explaining free will ontologically? I was saying
Exogen Time believes in the DMT alien spirit God, who's not really God, but
not particularly. But I
fucking
would
Joe
say
Rogan.
the way that I see spirituality.
Oh Christ! All right, that's enough. That's enough of that.
Okay. Anyway,
I just wanted to say extra time. How exactly is it an ontological argument to say that the infinite set causes free will?
You're basically postulating that without giving any proof whatsoever. Any type of contradiction I say to you on why an infinite set can't justify free will, you basically made your definition of free will to be that infinite set.
Well, I mean, then you're just arguing semantics and linguistics. Doesn't matter.
I think, well, you've made it into, well, I guess it's both of us who've made it into a semantic argument at this point, because my definition of free will is apparently different from yours, and I think that's what we found.
What the fuck?
I define free will as the ability to make infinite decisions without restriction, and that is
I find free will to be the inability to predict
I think free will is a pretty self-explanatory concept, dude. Honestly, I don't think it needs to be a semantical argument here. I think free will is I think everybody here knows what free will is.
We just have different definitions of what free will is.
Arguing what it means, arguing what free will means is really kind of stupid.
So what do you say? It's the ability to not predict?
The ability or the unpredictability of a being. That's my definition of free will.
You can predict them, but they still have free will. They're still making their own decisions.
But you're just like
if you are able to model them. If there is a model that exists somewhere out in the ether that can totally predict what a person is going to do, then they're determined by that model.
Yeah, but those models don't exist.
I'm saying
they're not lying out anywhere. There's no fucking planet with like models for every human being.
Oh no, I'm saying these models would exist in like the Platocrean realm of ideal. Like they wouldn't be in the universe, but they're at a higher.
But that's like saying, what if we're all fucking unicorn pissed? Since those models don't exist, we have free will.
That's absolutely not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but those models don't exist. They're not. Since they're not in the physical world, they don't have any bearing.
the models of physics don't exist in the physical world.
Yeah, they do. That's the whole point
No,
of them.
they don't. Then what's okay? So how is physics discovered? By empiricism? Yes or no?
Yes.
Fuck you.
And how is
And
category theory
how are you able to
discovered?
model?
Observing reality, because there's
Yeah.
different categories you could observe. That's how math was discovered. So it's all a reflection of literal reality.
I agree that, but I'm saying this empiricism is likely discovering something that actually exists in a different. I don't know.
Why?
Something outside of the
Why?
universe.
What is
there
outside of the universe, dude? Explain that. What the fuck are you talking about? What is
It is
outside of the universe?
things in the universe conform
Show me
to
where that
these.
is.
It's the universe of mathematics that can exist in a human mind, but it is not something that is visible in reality. I mean, that's the best I can give because
But
there really is.
but that's the thing, Extra Time. Any mathematical function can be modeled in reality using objects.
No,
Yes,
that's
it can.
actually not true. You can't model.
The universe
any
is
function
also
as such.
infinitely expanding, and you can have infinite objects, and you can model anything that's even anything that's infinite. Irrational is more of like irrational numbers, all that stuff. So that's more like semantics. But the
there is a pretty popular guy on Sci who continually shitposts and saying that real numbers don't exist because you can't have an infinite number of decimals because it's not within the universe. And he does make some interesting points on that, but I'm not sure. What I basically see is we can extrapolate from our observations. That's how we can use physics to launch rockets. And if we can extrapolate from our observations on that and create a model on how we make those extrapolations, why can't we do that the same by observing people?
Because people have a literal infinite quantum computer in their head that is never predictable in any way and has no application to statistics because they have free will.
And I'm willing to agree with that, but I just haven't seen the proof that it's really that unpredictable. Because we've been able to predict quite a bit, and we keep getting better at predicting people.
Because most humans don't live as hermits, and then thus have like true neuroticist, no influence from the outside, sheer.
Exit Gentime, if I may. Yeah, that's
Sure.
not that surprising because, as I said before, I believe free will is a gradient, and the more you sin, the less free will you have. And as our world, which is immersed in sin, it's not that surprising that you can predict the behaviors of people who are such slaves or in such bondage to sin. That's not that surprising at all to me. That doesn't prove that free will doesn't exist. That just proves a lot of people are slaves.
That's what I've been trying to say.
I know you define sin purely based on the Bible.
They don't have free will. It just means that they're fucking stupid lemmings. It doesn't mean they don't have free will. It just means that they're trash.
Leo, I know you define sin purely based on the Bible, but would you consider sin to be mostly straying away from or straying towards your base desires?
Well, the problem is you have a point of contention with my definition of sin. If I'm a follower of Christ, I'm going to use the Bible as the definition of sin, which is the transgression of the law or a transgression of God's will. If you don't believe in the Bible or you don't believe in God, then you don't believe in sin.
Yeah.
Like you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, it could be a deviation from what you want. No, because that's not sin. That's cognitive psychology. That's like your own man-made definition, or as Satanist loves to say, like, the real sin is not doing what thou wilt, like what you really want to do. And this whole self-imposed restrictions of these sheeple, they're so dumb. That I don't care about that. That's your own definition and stuff. I'm going to stick to the biblical definition of it and its practical uses.
Right. Okay, so that I was just trying to find a way to.
Chow's shit posting is getting to another level. Why is
Dude,
Leo
if you believed in like the Brahman, you could have just said that, and it would have made way more sense than saying like, "Oh, I believe in God, but he's not really God." So
I just the words didn't come to me at the time.
Enough, because it's just something I can understand. I still think it's gay, and I think it's dumb, but at least I can like quantify it.
Yeah.
I've read about that. I know what that is. I still think it's.
How do you
it's
quantify how gay someone is? Like, do you?
No, because at
A
least that
rainbow
has a name.
gradient?
It's a real thing.
He is
It's not just,
70%
and it's not
gay.
just intellectual drug bullshit that he made up in his head. But it's still pretty gay, honestly. Like, if you
How
believe
can
in
you
God,
say
you
you
believe
don't
in
have
God.
free will when you formulated your own metaphysical model? That's what I don't.
Yeah, seriously, dude. Do you believe that like somebody made you do that? Like it was predetermined that you were gonna think that up?
I think that what I identify as myself made me do that. But what I
Fucking
identify as
Christ,
myself
man.
is
Look at these semantics. Then that's
able to
free
be
will.
predicted by
faggot.
others if they had enough information about me.
Fuck. Oh,
If somebody had a complete model of my mind running in a computer faster than it is running in reality right now, and it was not even complete, if it was just close enough, they probably would have been able to predict that I'd come up with that theory. That's all I'm basing my definition of free will on.
But you said probably.
Yes.
Like it's so shaky and uncertain and approximate. Like it's just that's
okay.
why
Then I say they would. They would do that, assuming they had something like 6 Sigma level accurate simulation.
it seems like such a thought experiment. It's
It is
so
because
impractical.
it's theoretical in every
So
single
not
way.
only
It's
does
not
it
a real
rely
thing.
on having like literal planet-sized computer simulating simply the neurons.
I don't think it would require a planet. I think
it would.
It just requires somewhere very cold, as temperature is
I guess
more important in computation.
And a couple of qubits, quantum bits, and then you could make it happen. To give you enough.
If you had a couple of qubits lying around, and then it was specifically simulated your brain moment to moment. But here's the other thing, exigent time. It would not be able to predict the chemical, unless it was actively monitoring it. It would not be able to predict the chemical changes in your brain moment to moment.
It would be, if you were modeling it on a biological, like a biochemistry level, it would be able to model the chemical changes.
Yeah, but let's say your environment randomly changes while you're walking around in this other model.
Yeah, it would have to model the environments I go into, so it wouldn't just be modeling. It'd be modeling.
So
only
it's
way
such
you get an
a
accurate simulation of reality is modeling all of reality.
It's so ridiculous.
Actually, I think, guys, if you turn to the chat, I think National Stalinism really put it. Proof of free will. We are free to play Minecraft, Fortnite, or Roblox, or nothing at all. Another libtard-owned Epic style.
That's convenient. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I think everybody should believe in free will, because I think it is far more convenient to do that. There really isn't a reason not to. And
no, I agree. Logical models, which are consistent with logic, are more convenient to believe in than these thought experiments that have no practical application.
Argued that free will doesn't exist, but then you're going to say, yeah, but
I'm saying there's no proof it exists. But I'm saying if you believe
most
it exists,
people aren't as smart as me, so they probably wouldn't understand it. So,
no, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's a waste of cognitive effort, and that's the point I was trying to make since the beginning. It's a waste of cognitive effort to kind of even.
Why did you waste your cognitive effort?
Well, then what are you doing?
Because you pushed back on me early on when I said
then you don't have free will. At least you don't.
Cop out. Listen to this cop out. I'm right, but let's not argue why I'm wrong anymore. Because
I'm not copping out. If you guys want to argue that more, I'm absolutely happy to do it. I'm just saying. I'm saying that I wanted to bring it back to the entire point.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we'll never know if you're right until they build the computer. So it doesn't matter.
And
it's such a non sequitur.
But I'm not hearing any arguments on why this computer really can't exist other than...
I'll tell you why it won't exist, because it doesn't, and it never will.
Oh, no. Actually, no. Exigent time, we did. I'm saying even if we had the computational power and the memory, so the time complexity and the space complexity wasn't an issue, we still don't have the algorithms to perfectly simulate the mind because we don't fully understand. No, we don't.
We have algorithms close enough.
No, but it's, great, close enough. That's still not...
It's not going to simulate a mind.
So there you go, like
an infinite period of time, but it might be able to simulate it over. And I think that's enough to prove.
No, but that doesn't, because an approximation is not the same thing. Like,
no, well, that's where I kind of disagree. I believe that we can extrapolate that there are mathematical entities that exist outside of our approximations. It's like
what the fuck is that? All right. Okay.
I don't know. It's a hard.
I see you.
Such an autistic way.
40%.
Such
At
an
this point, you
artistic way
might
of
as,
looking
I
at
do
it.
want to go to bed, to be honest.
So do I.
I was
Fucking
having fun.
This is fun, but
Leo came in later and wanted to have a bit more fun. Press
my
1 for
autism
chat,
reserve
extra
is
time,
running on
press 2
low.
for version, each celeb bullies.
Yeah, I will say, Arik, you're going ham. Or what do I call you?
ABC.
I guess
ABC,
ABC. I was just kind of mad at this like autistic and retarded discussion because it goes nowhere, and it really every time I hear somebody talk like this, it brings me closer and closer to just becoming a fucking Christian because it makes so much more sense than this roundabout like circular
Good.
logic.
I
shit.
prefer
That's-
if more people were Christian.
That's ABC. That's
Fuck you. Fuck
That just-
even you saying that pisses me off. That is so like cocky.
This has been a pretty
That
keto
is-
episode. I like this episode.
Yeah. That's a pretty
And
horrible
And
reason.
I do like you as a person. I just kind of say fuck you a lot. Whatever. You're cool. Cool, dude.
I don't understand why people think I get so offended by things.
Well, because no, I would be offended if I was you right now. That's all. I'm kind of being.
I literally just don't have the capability of offense.
Fuck. You're such. Oh God. Now you're making me take it back. I kind
Ooh.
of.
We're dealing with a Vulcan here. Yeah.
I don't have the capability of feeling offense.
God,
Fuck, nigger.
doesn't exist.
We need to have an exigent time at ABC. You guys need to have the contrast between
Let's
both of you is incredible. The contrast is incredible. It's just pure
Well,
stoic
yeah.
Vulcan reasoning versus this dude is just like telling him to shut up every other sentence and just saying like, I hate you. This is just awful. I disagree with you just because of what you're saying.
But I have my own reasoning. Like honestly, if something is too complicated to where you have to like fucking trick yourself into thinking about it, it's bullshit. Honestly, to be honest with you, like if you have to make all these abstract examples for why your opinion is right, it's wrong. 100%, it's wrong.
That's really just how I
There's
think. I'm
free
pretty
will-
sure
there's
somebody
free will.
who's way better at
There's
explaining these things than me could make it way simpler.
Chow,
that simple.
well, Chow was arguing that I was wrong because I was using an ontological argument, but it's not the case because he was saying that like Descartes came from Hume and then like exigent times taken from other philosophers and they're all just our thoughts are all determined, but no, it doesn't matter because we're an infinite set. So just because people are following a predictable finite set doesn't mean most of the time doesn't mean we're not in the infinite set. We're in it and we have the capability. We just have predictable patterns because that's how society works. That's all. Like all of the aspects of what you think is not free will, that's just social influence. That is just the amalgam of society, which molds people's minds from birth into doing things. If we had no society, if people were wild men, fucking raised by wolves, then you would see a very different thought forms that had no bearing or prediction or any capability of prediction because we don't have any relation to it and we don't have all this data and models that would predict anything like that.
Wait,
So-
Destiny, this is kind of off topic, but I
Yeah.
didn't get a good enough answer. So finish your thing, and then I want to.
I'm done.
Okay, the thing was, we both have our own respective axioms.
Sure.
My axiom is that Jesus's father is the uncaused first cause who created the heaven and the earth and everything through his son, right?
Mhm.
That's my axiom. Whether or not that is true or false, it may very well be, right? It's false. It could be false. That doesn't change the nature of truth. So I could be completely believing in a false mythology. There'll still be true and false things surrounding that
I've
falsehood,
said
which
this
I assume
before.
is true.
I believe
Right.
there are true and false things. I don't believe there are knowable things.
Because the thing is, your axiom is that there's no such thing as certain truth. That
To humans.
changes. Okay, great, but that changes the nature of truth. So, like when your
It
truth,
does.
it is by nature self-referential, while mine isn't. It's not self-referential. My axiom could be false. That doesn't change the nature of truth. Your axiom is self-referential. It is circular logic because it
What
being
I
true
believe,
changes.
I think, therefore I am is self-referential.
Well, I'm talking about the idea that there's no such thing as absolute truth. That then changes that truth claim because now you don't know if that truth claim is true.
Yeah, but you can just dismiss out of hand the endless circular truth claims that stem up from that because they're just not relevant information.
Okay, great. Then
There's
you can-
millions of truths that are not relevant.
Okay, then I just want you to understand. You've conceded that it's circular logic and mine is. Because mine is not circular logic. It could be false. Like my conception of God and all the empirical evidence I've used to confirm all this ancient sand people cult religion.
Well, the thing is,
right?
it's less circular. It's just observational. It's just like,
well,
okay,
it's not less. No, you said it's less circular. It's not. It's just not circular because Jehovah could be false. That doesn't matter. Other things could still be true and false.
yeah,
Your
but Jehovah
truth
could be
claim or your
different.
axiom.
Jehovah could be any number of
Sure.
things.
Great. It
That's
could
what
be
I
any
mean.
number of things. That still doesn't change the nature of truth like your axiom does. And by nature, it's circular, and you just have to.
Well, no, I never
sidestep that or
deny that
ignore
there's
it.
some reality that exists. I just deny that humans can know it. They can't. They
Oh, no,
lack
we'd
the
agree.
capability.
And we agree to certain points on that. And I guess that, yeah, but I think we talked earlier on this. It was much better.
Yeah.
The discussion was like, you believe that truth comes from humans. I believe it's independent of humans, and that we just discover.
Well, no, I believe there is a truth in the world of like what is true. Like it could be true that we're in some alien screensaver as like his like Zen garden background, and we're all just being simulated for shits and gigs. That could be true,
So spooky.
but we would never know. Like we
But do you see how
are
it comes
incapable
down
of
to-
knowing, even if that were
But
the
do you-
case.
But I was going to say, Destiny, do you know how impractical that is? Like,
How is it
if you-
impractical?
because this idea has no basis in observable reality.
Now let's talk about observable ideas. Okay, so gravity, the gravity on Earth keeps our feet on the ground. That is an observable truth. But there is no basis that the gravity on Earth will suddenly not just reverse and we all float into the air the next day. And this is part of epistemology. It's the imperfectness of knowledge. Besides the very basic realities, like I think, therefore I am, and other things. And so I just because I'm accepting this epistemological category of I exist, and then there's all these other things that are not knowable, but we can just assume they're the truth because there's
Well,
no reason
I'm going to laugh. Not to go full circle, but you criticize the Bible for being so anthropomorphized, how self-centered it is. How is I think, therefore I am not anthropomorphized? How is that not self-centered or animal or human-like?
It is human-like.
You're basically, it's amazing how much more humble the Christian truth is, that there is a infinite, omnipotent, omniscient being who is truth. He is truth, and it's independent of us, and that we are merely getting granules or like just speckles of truth in our limited perception, that we're just getting. How much more humble is that compared to we just are truth, but we are just fallible truth, and we kind of just make it because we think.
No,
it's so much more self-referential.
No, it's just the only knowable, the only absolute 100%. The only thing that statistically probabilistically is at 100% is that we exist and we are thinking beings. That's it.
I don't know if it's really narcissistic to think.
That's not narcissistic. That's very humble.
I don't think it is at all. I think it's just a fact that's observable, and you can state it or not.
You can choose to ignore that fact, or you could, and then here's the thing.
No, it's the implications that come from that truth statement. That's all we have, and
that's all we have.
Right. If that's the right, if you go with that, then the next implication that comes from that is that the truth then comes from man, because we think.
Well, the truth comes from man's observations of the world, and the observations are a rough approximation, and such approximations are not perfect or knowable. That's it.
Great. I disagree with that fundamentally, because there's truth that is independent of human. Like, even if we never discovered any of the truths that we hold, they would still exist.
Oh, I agree with you. I said this earlier. I agree with that. I agree that there are truths independent of human knowledge. I'm saying human knowledge is completely and utterly fallible to the point there is no knowable truth. That's it. Human knowledge is so fallible that despite seeing reality every day, we can't know for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, you categorize them by percentages of being truth, or how much empirical evidence.
Well, not even percent. Yeah, I categorize gravity as practical truth, but I'm just observing the reality that it could change the next day and it wouldn't have been practically true.
you eventually bet on making some action, because otherwise you wouldn't act at all. So there's a threshold. For
so if I was like completely mired in this ideology, Leo, then I would just not act at all because I don't believe in anything. But I'm not. I'm just accepting it as epistemological reality.
And I think I've said that in some capacity. That the fallibility of man is science in itself is a self-correcting process, and that much I've observed. But the thing is, the empirical evidence I see presented in the scriptures transcends that. Like, an absolute truth would be true regardless of where it was geographically discovered or written, independent of any time, and would be able to make claims that would be true even like 1,000 years later. Because you have to keep in mind, people always say, what does God ever lie? And the thing is, by definition, he doesn't, because he is truth. Like, if he God walked into a room and he said, wow, this room is really bright, and it's a dark room. So he walks into this dark room and says, wow, this room is really bright. Suddenly it would be light. The room would be bright. Like, it just is truth.
I see your axiom. I don't believe it. That's it. I don't like. There's not really too much more to discuss in that.
I think basically, the way that I see it, Jeff is saying that there's something that he can think is like 99.99% true, whereas Leo's saying there is something to him that is 100%.
It's 100% true. Yeah, I round. Basically, I round. And,
I don't
that
round.
rounding does make things far more practical and
it reminds me
comprehensive.
Of the good old online debate is 1.9999 infinite 2. And actually, it turns out mathematically it is.
Yeah, you can actually prove that. I've seen that when you carried it on that far. Not just because of the floating or the unsigned integer limit.
No, it's mathematically an infinite series. It's true.
Yeah, it does equate to 2. I remember that those like early internet days, but that's kind of what we are going towards. And we can't really quantify truth in terms of percentages. I mean, you can, I guess, if you want to go from pure correlations, but those are only observations of reality. And this rounding, right, that you seem to be abhor so much, Jeffsony, just gives you such a comprehensive understanding of the human condition and predictive qualities. Like, it gives you so much more.
I just don't see it as that. I see it as it's useful moral guidance that's been pretty useful for some civilizations, and also been flawed in a number of ways for some civilizations and societies and methodologies. And you can see this in a number of ways. And I know you'll know no true Christian me when you bring up those arguments, but it is an aspect of that sort of theology, because it did stem from people's interpretations of a book of the same internal truth that you say. People misinterpret it, and
you said the interpret of the book. People didn't have access to it until the 1600s.
Yeah, but there's all these.
So there's more than 1,000 years where people just didn't have access to it.
You're right.
So was that really?
And so you're saying that all of the Protestant nonsense that goes on is purely Catholics' bad influence?
Well, people forget the Protestant Reformation was a battle over God's word.
Yeah.
And the pre-Protestant.
I'm talking about like the modern stuff more.
Okay, sure, yeah, and again, you want me to get into the Jesuit influence and stuff like.
So you're saying that like the Jesuits and the Catholics, it's mainly their influence in broader society that led to that entirely. It's not just anyone read the Bible and came to a different conclusion.
And I have empirical evidence to back that up. I mean, you look at Wycliffe, Tyndale, Isaac Newton. You could look at how prominent the belief was that the Roman Catholic papacy, the papal system, was the horror of Babylon. How many people clearly identified the vicar of the Son of God, or the Pope, to be the Antichrist, or the 666, because in Latin that actually spells out that way. How many people universally accepted that truth? And how quickly it became obscured and mired in theological mishmash. Well, maybe it could be a past event or a future event. At one point, everyone agreed on it, and then suddenly it became murky. Like, oh, we can't fully understand the Word of God. Maybe it's different. Maybe it depends on the time period.
It's all part of God's plan.
I've noticed people are getting woke on that though, because I've talked to a few Pentecostalists actually, and they absolutely abhor the Catholic Church, and they believe that it is manifestation of Satan's will. And
Well, good,
Nice.
because there's
Yeah.
gonna come a time where let's say the Pentecostalists, right? Denominations won't matter. Like if to spoil the end of the great controversy, the dividing lines will become so clear where it doesn't matter what denomination you identify. There will be people who start to see, wait a minute, they're trying to unite all the churches under this common idea, and it doesn't seem to matter what denomination you are. You either are with this system or you're against it. And let's just say that those who are against it will be in the minority. And if you thought the Inquisition was bad, wait until the Inquisition with today's technology. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't
Right.
seen nothing yet.
Robo Inquisitors and shit, dude.
Oh, it's gonna be great. I can't wait.
don't let the Catholic Church get AI. They'll
Well,
predict who's a believer in God.
well, I remember. Yeah, it was that idea. If you reject the Trinity, right? How could you prove it? There could be. You think polygraph tests are accurate? Who knows what they'll come out
You're a
with in the
Muslim,
future.
Leo. You reject the Trinity.
Yeah, true. I wish I was in on those threads. You got to link me to the threads.
Did I not link it again? Oh, well.
Oh, was it in my? Did you in
I
mine?
put it in there. I think if you just Google my
Oh,
posts,
okay.
I've been away for a while. Wow, what happened? Leo's Muslim now?
No, what is it? Jeffsony was.
Well, yeah,
pretending to be-
either in my Discord or your Discord, just look at my posts and it'll be in there. Probably
Yeah,
your
'cause
Discord.
Jeffsony
In general
pretended
and
to-
fun posting.
He pretended to be a SDA on Forpol.
It pissed him off really.
Oh,
The Catholics got super.
The Orthodox
butthurt
and the Catholics like teamed up in anger.
I've noticed
In the
this
media.
weird thing with Catholics on the right. Like they tend to support a lot of the like less normie right-wing ideas. And there's like a huge community on Twitter and on 4chan of just these Catholics that claim to support these things. But then when you really dig into their politics, they start having like these really vaguely communistic outlook on like how they see the world. And a lot of them follow this philosophy that I've been researching called.
Well, dude, hold
Celebration
on.
history.
Before you finish, Jesus was a communist, okay? So it makes sense.
All right, let's not even do that. Anyway, so you're saying exigent time?
Yeah. No, I've noticed there's like this big, like
Facts.
weird Catholic community that has been following this philosophy called accelerationism, where they're
Yep.
essentially trying to bring about some like technological apocalypse,
Ragnarok.
so that they can kind of like reform society in their image. They just want to be the first ones to accelerate to that
Yep.
technological
And
level.
exigent time, that idea of accelerationism, Jeffsony had actually asked me about that earlier. Like, are there Christian accelerationists? And by definition, no. Because if you're a Christian, you wouldn't celebrate iniquity. You wouldn't in any way encourage sin. Now, you understand that the prophecies say that it will get worse, and that it's just when Jesus comes, it will be like as it were in the days of Lot. That doesn't mean you endorse it. That doesn't mean in any way you would support it happening in your immediate communities. Now, observing it, calling it out, being the watchman of the world is different from encouraging it. And I would argue that the Jesuit scholars who have infiltrated some of the most prestigious schools in this country, Georgetown University, just being an example of one Jesuit university, they've constantly undermined the authority of Scripture while simultaneously pushing all this postmodern garbage. And when the fruits of that come out, like we're living in today, they turn around and say, oh, we need papal authority. We need a church to really give the final authority on things, because all the terrible things that are happening right now is because people are trusting in the Bible. And look at what happened to that. When you trust just the Bible, you get, this is exactly what Nick
Right.
Fuentes said to me. It's exactly the same thing. He was saying, look at these
Solve it, yeah.
look at these teenage drag queens and teenage trans. So that's what happens when you don't have the Catholic Church in charge of everything. So may as well just let the Catholic Church be in charge
It
of
does really
everything.
seem really weird to me how modern Catholics can exist and be like, oh, it was just like I confronted one of my Catholic friends on this at one point, and he's just like, yeah, shit was fucked back then. Martin Luther was kind of right. He had to clean that shit out, but we fixed it up. and he's kind of a dummy, but he was basically saying that, like, oh yeah, like the church had some bad times, but we're good now. And it's just like crazy to me that like, oh, you just murder and torture is cool sometimes.
Which is just what I want to tell you. Just don't. What is it? The Great Controversy is too long, and there's too much history. Just skip right to chapter 35. Read it sometime.
I'll keep going. You're right. I probably should just skip through it.
The history. Well, just read chapter.
It is interesting.
Just read the one on the French Revolution and the Bible. That's the only one. Any more about history? The French Revolution and the Bible, and then skip right to 35 and onward.
I think I'm still at chapter 8. I know. Like I dropped the book for a bit.
The French Revolution and the Bible is where you find out about how people were beheaded in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and how the Bible was actually banned during
beheading of equality is pretty funny.
It's pretty legit. I would do that today. But what people don't understand is that during the French Revolution, the Bible was banned. Atheism became the official religion, and the French Revolution didn't happen.
That, yeah.
And the French Revolution didn't happen during some archaic dark age. Right? It happened in the age of reason. It happened after the scientific revolution. It happened after Voltaire. And yet people are still like, oh, that could never, what's wrong with just pure reason? What's wrong with reason worship? Oh, I wonder. Good thing we don't have an example of the fruits that come of it. Except we do, but yeah. So yeah, just read the chapter on the French Revolution because it tells you.
Yeah, I might do that because like I've been going through the history and it does get a bit repetitive with all the different reformers.
The reformers, the pre-reformers. At least you read the chapter on Huss and Jerome because that for me was really. Yeah. And then with the illustration in the streets, it was like you have Jesus and then the Pope side by side. What a contrast between both of them. But
I think I finished the Swiss reformers chapter and then I took a break.
Teachers talk pretty highly of the French Revolution, do they? I don't remember that. They always say,
of course they do. Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I remember.
No, I don't remember that.
They talk about the beheadings and it's like off with their head.
I remember it being all about the guillotine and shit.
Well, they talk about the guillotine, but they say that's pretty rad, bro. Like, yeah, kill the bourgeois.
They were worshipping the idol of like this little girl who was called Reason in French. It was pretty weird.
That is.
Well, that's not it's not a religion though. Don't worry.
No, but they invented it. It's like a weird cult. It was called the Cult of Reason.
Literally the Cult of Reason.
Oh, yes. And they had
logic, dude.
The original Neil deGrasse Space Tyson rocket worshippers.
Fucking must be.
Because people think scientism or reason worship is new. It's not. It's been around for some time, and you get to see.
It's also trash, by the way. It's total garbage and annoying. And I'd rather have state enforced like Christianity than this bullshit we have now.
I mean, I wouldn't at all because the government is a man-made institution.
Yeah, I heard you talk about this before. I was just saying if it was like an either or, I definitely choose.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good. Well, the thing is, in scientism, at least you can see it for the folly that it is, and point and laugh at the people who worship Sam Harris and the Black Science Man and stuff. But the other one, you wouldn't. You'd be a heretic if you didn't. Right. And you'd have your nails pulled out and you're tortured to the limit of human abilities, which by the way I love. Right, that whole 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. People are like, oh, could I torture someone up until the limit before they die? I didn't break the 6th commandment, am I right? Yeah, that's isn't that great?
That type of thinking
is that true though? How would you justify that then?
Because there are varying degrees of breaking the 10 commandments, and what people fail to realize is that gluttony, right? If you said,
whoever makes that argument is arguing in bad faith. That's just the point.
Yeah, I would say that like I think if God is real, right, he's not gonna. You can't if you like meet God and you have to like plea. You make your plea. If you're like, well, I didn't kill the guy, I just tortured him till the brink of death. He's gonna be like, fuck you, dude. No, you broke the commandment. That's it.
Yeah, it's varying degrees.
Like you're arguing in bad faith, like Exegentime just said. So,
and it's like there are varying degrees of it, but yeah, definitely. Jefferson, please read because you get to find out who the YouTube series I made, the 2 witnesses. The chapter on the French Revolution was the exact reason why I made that video series. Because you get to find out who the 2 witnesses are.
I think all what I'll do is I'll skim through each chapter, see if it piques my interest, and I'll go through them because I don't want. I just don't want to read about so many more reformers in early medieval.
Yeah, Martin
Europe.
Luther. She's like, oh, Martin Luther is this huge hero, and he's like an instrument of God. Gave a decisive blow to the beast system, which I agree, but she also doesn't talk about how Martin Luther believed in the Trinity and also didn't believe in free will. Martin Luther would be friends with Exigentime. He also didn't believe in free will. But he's still an instrument of God.
His argument is pretty sound, though. I gotta admit,
it's not, because Erasmus's argument against it was also. It's amazing how you could see the Roman Catholic influence on Martin Luther in his writings.
It's true, yeah. He was part of a monastery, so.
And it's amazing how much they flip-flop the Roman Catholic theology. At one point they held this and that. They claim that they changed for the better, while their theology only is consistent in idolatry. The nitty-gritty details about free will, that might be changing over the years, but worshiping Mary, that's a constant. Killing heretics, that's a constant. Those are things that just don't change no matter how many years the Roman Catholic institution exists.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Nick Fuentes. Fuck yeah.
Based Catholics.
Hell yeah, dude. Spic Fuentes, Catholics. Hell yeah.
I guess it wouldn't have been an Anon of the Week stream without a good dosage of anti-Catholic rhetoric. Well, I kind of want to go to sleep, so I don't stay up any longer. All right.
I have to get up for church in like a couple hours.
Okay, let's go to bed so you can all be good boys who aren't degenerate neets. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We had a lot of viewers today. That's nice. Just a fun fucking barn burning discussion about random.
Fun. It seemed like there was a little blood. It was
existential shit. Yeah, it was good. I like more of these. All right, I'll see you guys later. Don't know when. We'll see.
All right, later. Thanks for having me on. Peace.
Either Maine.